Honor and respect to His Majesty Haile Selassie I. Honor and respect to Her Majesty Wazaramanan. All thanks and praise to the Most High Elohim Jah. Blessed love and peace, Rastafari. We got another joint. It is late. Done spent over 2 hours, 2 hours, horas, for something that takes about 2 minutes to do. Frustration, patience, continuation. So, this evening, it is dark, as it can be seen. We got the bright flashlights and candle lights mixed together. But dark energy. And dark energy is beautiful, but dark energy is different than light energy. This is not about race. It is about light and dark. And mindfulness of balance amidst it all. Amidst it all. Amidst it all. Amidst it all. How about that? So, for this evening, when one should be sleeping, to be honest, I am purging. That's a little bit strong. I'm sharing. And the radiator is steaming. 2 months into spring. All right, so already there's the waywardness. What I have to share this evening, it's actually lightweight heavy, and that's one of the reasons. It's just concluding Shabbat, a period when no writing, no recording in a postmodern sense or even a classic sense in terms of writing. And ideas arrive, guidance arrives, inspiration arrives, divine communication arrives. And for one such as myself, the inclination is to jot the notes and write it down and da 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 da. Can't do it. Either gotta hold on to it or let it go. And so when Shabbat is concluded, then there's often, at least in my experience, the tendency of then writing things down. So anyways, this is the version of writing it down here. And this involves some nasty type stuff. So what I'll do is just get into it and share the topics, the five cinco categories basically of sharing. So it goes like this: the bewildering binary. Second joint is my far and more. Third joint is me. Fourth joint is the Buddha and Jesus. The fifth joint is where we at now. And there may be some additional stuff. There's a lot to share. Most likely ain't gonna get nearly half of it. Not even half, but like of the pressing things, like priority joints. I'm uncertain how much I might get into this, but God willing, I share what is most appropriate for me to share at this moment. As John Trudell says, in a coherent manner, or at least as coherent as possible anyway. So, before I get into the first topic of the bewildering binary, which I'm going to share those stories. The first one is the Buddha. Oh, we got a mouse right now, somewhere about here. Quieted down from earlier, knocking stuff over as I was in the 2 hours of doing something. And then now it's a little bit quieter, maybe a little bit fully belly, but still rustling about someplace. And to be honest, I've got dust around, somewhat of clutter, so the dust includes probably rice bits or whatever else. So feast Anyways, I'm sometimes, occasionally, not the most gracious of hosts. Um, but that tends to be with perhaps the less gracious of guests. That's not an excuse. Let's continue on. Um, and let me not be the one to say who is gracious and not gracious in the greatest sense. So, continuing on, his story, the Buddha. Many people hear about the Buddha generally across this earth by this day. Some people further than others. But when many people tend to think about the Buddha, it is of somebody sitting like this. There's reasons for that. And, anyways, but the thought of the Buddha generally is one who is peaceful, who is a monk, celibate, who goes around with a beggar's bowl, who shares wisdom, who is respected and revered, and with strong reason. What many people are unaware of, generally, it seems, I presume, because I have yet to meet all people, let alone most people I have yet to meet. So, anyways, it seems as though the majority, many folk of this earth who are aware of the Buddha and the general characteristics that I just described are unaware that the Buddha actually, in his lifetime, before becoming the Buddha, is actually a prince, a rich, lavish, bling bling prince, living it up. The story goes that when the Buddha is born to the king brings in his Brahmin, his priestly advisors, to give some predictions about the future of his son. And so the Brahmin priests look at the baby and say, oh, he's got the 32 marks of a Superman, who is destined for one of two paths. One path is to become a righteous king, ruling all the four quarters of the earth in righteousness, everybody loving him. That's the first path. The second path is for him to become a Buddha, an enlightened being that inspires and awakens people. So the king wants the Buddha to be the first joint, to be the righteous king. Let that Buddha stuff. Come on, we gotta have kids in this joint. I gotta keep my lineage on this earth. So what the king does is distract the Buddha as a young prince. With all the lavishnesses, all the excesses, food, women, corruption, and that's the life that the Buddha lives for the better part of 3 decades, I think to the age of 29. So the Buddha was living it up, partaking of the fat, all of that. Then eventually, he kind of sobers up, sees what life is like outside his courtyard, and sees like what the destiny of life is, the suffering, and additionally, and it bothers him. And so, basically, long story short, he goes on that path. He gives it all up, and he becomes what is in the tradition of India a sadhu, who live today on this earth, on the continent, and around the earth. Sadhus, people who live a spiritual path, renounce the world in terms of letting go of all earthly possessions, even relations, family, friends, and just walk a nomadic, generally nomadic, depending upon the circumstances, but just leave and walk from town to town and just receive what people are willing to offer them in terms of food and clothing or whatever else. And in the meanwhile, meditate, pray, study, share, and additionally. And so a person who is goes around with a beggar's bowl and without any money, and additionally in that respect is significantly respected traditionally within India. Other places, like on this continent, that's cause for a lockup in a number of different type of institutions. So there's some learning still to do on this earth. Now, that being said, that's what the Buddha does, and he lives that life for a number of years, and going through the extremes of that, from extreme emaciation um, balancing the extreme excesses that he previously experienced, and looks at the different styles of the different sadhus, the different methodologies, the schools of thought, and additionally, and arrives at what he refers to as the middle path, which is obviously evident within and emphasized within additional traditions around the earth. Um, and so eventually he experiences enlightenment. Um, and he finds some things that are rather effective, and then he shares that dharma with other kinfolk that he meets on his path. And so then he spends the next few decades of his life as the Buddha, and sharing that. So, anyways, my point for all this is that at one point he was a prince, living it up, corrupted, to be honest, and not necessarily his fault per se, but just enveloped in that life. So that's one thing. Now the second joint is this: Michael Jordan, the basketball player. Many people hear about him. That would be an interesting question. Which one people have heard? Which one is known by a larger number of people today, Michael Jordan or the Buddha? Um, Actually, I don't. I'd have to think about like that because yeah, serious. Um, I imagine it's not too. I imagine. Well, anyway, all right. Interesting question. It would be interesting experiment or whatever else to see that. Um, but this story is about Michael Jordan. So for those who do know about Michael Jordan, phenomenal basketball player. Some say very many people say the best basketball player ever. Some even say the best basketball player that ever will be. So somewhere along those lines, that's the esteem that Michael Jordan has for those who are aware of his achievements in the sport of basketball. I grew up watching Michael Jordan, impressed. 6 championships in a league that's extremely competitive. The leadership that he has, watching him on the television, it's just like it was like money. It was like just like it's automatic. It's gonna happen, even when it's not guaranteed, and even when he's thrown up on the court sick and everything else like that. It's just like by the point he was at his height, it's just like it's gonna happen. It's like I feel sorry for the other team because they've been trying to get this championship for a long, long time, and it ain't gonna happen. Anyway, so but it was just like it was like a guarantee, and again in the sport that's very competitive, athletes are so phenomenally talented and skilled and experienced and everything else like that. To see one player just be like that, yo. Anyways, so I saw that growing up on the TV screen. Eventually, never saw him live in person. But then eventually, when I'm in law school, in my bonus semester, after his second retirement or whatever, yeah, I think it was his second retirement, he comes to play for the city that I live in at that moment, which is the Potomac area, Washington, D.C. Very unlikely of conditions or circumstances, but that's what happens. And there are reasons, there are a number of reasons why that is. But, anyways, that's what he does. And then up to that point, like again, never saw Michael Jordan play in person, and that's one thing that people say, particularly people who are like sports enthusiasts, want to be able to say, "Oh, I saw them play live." Like that's the thing. It's one thing to see somebody play on television, even live on television when it's happening, rather than like a recorded highlight or recorded like classic film or whatever. But it's one thing to see that I saw it when it was happening, but then it's another thing to say I was at the game, I saw it happen in person. So knowing that and knowing how historic Michael Jordan is in the sport, me being in the Potomac area, I'm like, yo, I gotta catch a game. Now by that time, I mean he's past his prime at that point, to be honest. And the reason, a main reason why he's playing for the team is because he's promised ownership of a team for doing that, because he's just such a draw and brings an energy and interest into the sport and into the game. So he plays for the Potomac area. I got tickets. I actually got decent tickets, so I watch a game. Wow, this is a long story. So anyways, I'm there, and the basketball team. I mean, the Wizards is what they call it at that moment. Very subpar team, even with him on the squad. Very subpar, and very 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 slim prospects of winning much of anything, let alone a championship, even with Michael Jordan. So, um, anyways, all right. So the point of the story, I'm getting to it, is as I'm watching the game, like the other team, I think they were playing Indiana, and Indiana had a nice squad during that at that period. It was after the Reggie Miller years, but they had a nice building squad, and so they were winning the game. I mean, they were ahead in the game, and for the first half, that's what it was. Then the third quarter comes around, and at some point in the third quarter, Michael Jordan just made a decision like, "Yo, I'm about to take over," and he took over the game. And to see, I mean, one can see it on television and just be like amazed at that kind of performance on television. It's another thing to like be in the it's not necessarily a stadium, but in the arena, um, and feel like the energy of a player just taking over a game amongst highly trained professional men that are like the top 1% of players on this earth. And here comes this dude just like taking over, like playing with children. Now that's a little bit of a hyperbole, playing like children, but it was just a matter of just doing what he wants, and that's it. So kind of sort of, again, that's a little bit of hyperbole too, but my point is this. I'll get into it. He took over in the third quarter, making shots, steals, rushing the other team to making mistakes and everything else like that. And he was doing it. It was like, oh, okay, wait a minute, hold up. The Wizards might win this game because they was out of it. It was just like they were just going through the motions by that at that point after the first half. But he comes in, just like that, said that, sounded like that, looked like that, and the other team had no answer for it, couldn't stop him. And this is him past his prime. But here's the thing about it, though, and this is what I noticed. His teammates stopped, too. His teammates were just watching him do it. And I'm just like, yo, get in the game. Do something. Now, come on. What am I? I'm talking to, or thinking about coaching or giving advice to professional athletes, but it was just very frustrating to see a dude do it all by himself. And that notion, because I've been in them type of situations, or at least I feel like I've been in them type of situations, and it's very frustrating because you know what the other people can do. Why don't they do it? So that's one of the things I experienced in watching Michael Jordan play live, is being in the arena, feeling the change of the energy on the court in the game, but also the change of the energy in the arena of the audience, the crowd, and additionally responding to what he's doing on the court, and like one person having that type of influence over thousands of people in one room, by just him doing his athletic performance in competition over others. It's an impressive thing, and I could see like what his heyday is. I can only actually be honest. I can only imagine what that would be like at a like a championship match, when things are on the line, and additionally to be in that kind of like that kind of scene, the electricity and everything, the energy of that kind of situation. But it was something further than what I experienced before. So, but again, the frustration, like, yo, where's his teammate at? They were standing on the side, just trying not to get in the way. To be honest, it was like they were on the side, on the sidelines basically, kind of just like giving him room to be out of the way. Wasn't no drawing up plays. Like, it was out the window. He was just doing his thing, and it was 1-on-5. So that was something that was frustrating, particularly for me at that stage of my life. Now, one of the other things about that story is a number of years later, as I hear other players talk about all the legendary tales, the legendary stories of Michael Jordan. That's when I first hear of him, like legit. I might have heard it before, but that's when I first made note of him being referred to as Black Jesus. So I leave it at that. That's the story as we begin this joint. Now, the first thing, bewildering binary. To be honest, this was much clearer and like much further impressive when I first consider this, when I first think about it, when it's first shared with me within the past day. Now, I'm trying to think of how to explain it. So it may be less convincing, but it's appropriate to share. So that's why I'm continuing to include this within this spiel, within this delivery, within this presentation, this Davara, this Dharma talk, this um, all that. So here we go. Bewildering binary. The basic join is um, in a binary, a basic binary. Something is one or the other. Plain and simple. That's like the basic definition, kind of, sort of. So that's again, that's the pedestrian, elementary type of presentation of the bewildering binary. Two things are, something is either one thing or the other. If there are two things, something is either one or the other. That's a very rough articulation, approximated articulation. I'll give an arithmetic, algebraic kind of example of what I'm saying. If we have the letter A, then we have the letter B. A is not B and B is not A. Something it's either A or it's B. If it's A, then it's not B. If it's B, then it's not A. So that's another way of describing the binary. Now, I provide a calculus example of what I'm talking about in the bewildering binary. And it's purposeful. I'm trying to concentrate and recall and articulate. So this is the calculus example because it's tangible. It has it involves the curves, the sines, the cosines, and delves from the abstraction back towards the abstraction. So this is the calculus example of what I'm talking about in terms of bewildering binary. All right. Within the past year or so, I am walking past a field, and there is a sports team playing on the field, practicing. It is a women's team playing football, and it's a hot day. It's a hot day, and the women are wearing tight shorts and sports bras. 30 some odd women, all tight shorts and sports bras. And I think to myself that, I mean, being a man, drawn towards it, but at the same time, just discipline and how difficult it would be for a man to be in that environment and be disciplined, to focus and concentrate, and additionally. And so what occurs to me is that that type of situation where a man is called upon to be a coach or some kind of guide to women in that circumstance, it's one of two things. Either it's not natural for a man to maintain a platonic relationship and interaction, communication with women who are in the near prime fertility age, who are, I could say, half naked, but that maybe even beyond that, but just tight shorts and sports bras, doing physical exercises, and additionally taking commands from the man. and the man presumably not having or not being sexually involved with any of the women. That's not natural. Now, many people might say, well, come on, there's thousands of teams like that with a man coaching different women's sports teams. It's normal. It's a regular part of society, and additionally, it may be normal, but it is not natural. It is not natural for a man to have that type of, um, I could say discipline, but it's that reservedness, that absence of um, attraction and proactivity, because it is natural for a man and a woman, particularly a man in his near prime or prime, and a woman in my prime. I'm talking about fertility and the procreating, the age of procreating. For a woman to be in her near prime, and in this I'm talking about late teenagers, early 20s, and a man in his prime, maybe early 30s, something like that, late 30s, not to consummate that type of interaction. Now, people say you got to be disciplined and all. Come on, that's chauvinistic. It's purposeful for a man and woman to be married with each other. Here come the sirens. That it's natural for a man and a woman to have that interaction with each other, and because of that, and because of the appropriateness for men and women to be disciplined, it's appropriate, and men are guided and women are guided to be modest in that interaction. For in the Quran, it's called guarding our modesty. For a woman to guard her modesty by covering herself up and not presenting herself in that way to tempt a man, and for a man to focus away from what a woman is doing, or focus away from the physical attractiveness of a woman when he's in public, and additionally when it's not his wife, and further. So when a man and a woman are in that interaction where she is exposed, that's the natural thing. Now, there are ways men can prevent that from happening, but even then, those ways tend to be unnatural, and by that I'm talking about masturbation, sexual intercourse with other women, particularly outside of marriage, and similar alternatives, such that his interest, his libido, and additionally are effectively quelled, so that when he's interacting with women in that circumstance, he has less of a motivation for pursuing it. But even then, it's unnatural. It may be normal, but it is not natural. Now, that being said, so in that circumstance, if it's normal, it's not natural, and this is where kind of the logical kind of structure of it is a little bit fuzzy. But the flip side is this: if it is natural for a man to have that type of discipline, then it's not normal, meaning that it's extremely rare for a man to be able to have that type of interaction with women in that circumstance, without having, or at least even pursuing, sexual intercourse with such women. If it is natural, if he naturally abstains from doing it, it's not normal. Now, I mentioned the reference from the teaching from the Quran. I mean, the Buddha. This is shared from the many different traditions. But I mean, another one is basic one is from the Buddha, when in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, as the Buddha is preparing to leave this earth, his disciples, his following, ask him about like what they should do, and one particular monk is actually his top dog, his ace boom kum, Ananda, asks him what the men should do concerning women, and the Buddha says, not don't interact with women. because the Buddhist followers, the monastic followers, are supposed to be celibate, not have sex at all. So don't interact with women. But then Ananda says, but what if like a woman is in front of him or whatever, whether like he can't avoid her? Then the Buddha says, don't look. Um, and and then Ananda says, but what if we've seen? What if we have to look? Then the Buddha says, well, be mindful. So the point is that even the Buddha talks about avoidance and avoiding even just being those circumstances. So um, if it is natural, it's not normal. And when people say it is normal, it's not. It's still not natural. So um, there's further reason why it's a bewildering binary, because there was in the initial communication and sharing of this, there is an explanation of how the two are in confluence. The naturalness of where it is actually natural and normal, and but in a different type of way. And but like I said, it's beyond my recollection at the moment, so I have to leave it as it is there. And it's appropriate for me to share that rather than just for sensationalism, because it provides some context for the additional content in this joint. So, amidst whatever level of dissatisfaction kinfolk may have on this initial portion of the joint this week after half an hour, then it is what it is. But that's the bewildering binary about natural and normal being one thing or the other in this particular context. So now we go into another part of our story today. It is a story about my far and my more, my father and my mother. So now I am sharing my personal history, my personal autobiographical narrative. So, purposefulness. I've woken up neighbors. I can hear music now. But I'm continuing on. I don't think I'm being that loud, but the window is open too. So, continuing on. My far and my more. So, I'm just going to tell this story, God willing. And do my best. So this story begins in 1946. 1946 in the Gregorian calendar. In that year, my far is 16 years old. And he is on his way to University of Illinois. Now, this causes some ruffles, some ripples in his community. He grows up in East St. Louis, which, for those who know, is a hard knocks kind of place. However, during that period, at that stage of society, and particularly in the Black community, there is still considerable organization and structure and cooperation within the Black community. So that even within the apartheid system of whatever it's called, Jim Crow or whatever else, there's still cooperation in the hood. There's still people doing things, working together, sense of community, sense of village, comparatively so, compared to today particularly. And in this methodology of organization, by that point, there had been about 2 or 3 generations after the Civil War at that point. And so at the close of the Civil War, just again 67 years before that, there is the establishment of historically Black colleges and universities, and in different locations, particularly around the south of this continent. And the HBCUs initially are established as basically trade schools that teach people of African ancestry, newly freed slaves, a trade, a craft to earn some type of livable income as a free person. So ironworking, woodworking, cleaning house because women attend the schools as well. And I'm gonna like taper off of like the the caveats or whatever else about just noting things as chauvinistic. It's history, so that's what it is. Um, but that's what HBCUs are initially, and then eventually, and some further faster than others, and some at greater lengths than others. But eventually, after a few years, a few decades, HBCUs begin providing additional types of instruction concerning professional occupations like accountants and business, trade, um, even medicine, um, even law, lightweight, but training, preparing students to become professionals. And the scenario would be that villages, communities, East St. Louis, around the South, around the North, would invest in students that grew up in the hood and would work together and see a bright student and invest in that student and then send that student off to the university or college or institute, as particularly my school was called during those days, and that student would get an education and then come back to the hood and share the benefit of that knowledge. Be an accountant, work for the different businesses in the community to keep the books, and additionally, so that they are increasingly independent, don't have to rely upon somebody else outside the community, black or white, or African or European, who may have less of an interest, may cheat, may overcharge or whatever else. This one we know he grew up with us, and yes, it's usually a he. So that was the scenario. So even though there was a paucity of material riches, there was an increasing richness of cooperation, and the community would collectively invest within the bright students. So that's how my far is raised. There's a prospect seen within him, and he is matched with a study partner who both are prepared to are invested and provided guidance to become doctors. And my father graduates from high school when he is 16, which is comparatively young. Very a standout athlete and student, and additionally, and by that point in his life, he says, "Yo, I'm not going to an HBCU. Bump that. I'm going to PWI. It wasn't called that during those days, but I'm going to like the top university in the area, which was University of Illinois. Cause yo, I'm smart as anybody else is. I can do what I ain't less than da 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 da." And so that's his mentality. And so that's what he does. He goes to the University of Illinois, and he has a very difficult time because it's on another level than East St. Louis is. So he drops out after a semester, I want to say. Um, and after that, runs the streets somewhat. The Korean War is about to start at that point. Um, and after a while, and he goes into the military, becomes a military police MP in Korea. Comes back, has experience of life, the nasty and the what they say in Rastafari, the good, the bad, and the different. So comes back by that point he has the GI Bill to go to school, and that's what he does. He goes back to school, and he, instead of becoming a doctor, he becomes a pharmacist. He gets licensed within pharmacy. So that's the beginning of that part of the story. So then, whilst he's graduating from pharmacy school at the University of Toledo here in Ohio, he meets a woman, a young sister, and they get married. And that is my auntie, my what many people refer to as stepmother. So, my far and she get married, and long story short, she gives him all she has, everything, and she and he have two children, a son and daughter, my older brother and my older sister. And even when she gives him everything that she has to give, Myfar is in the world, of the world, has an awareness of worldly things. And my auntie is precluded from sharing that worldly yearning, proclivity, and otherwise. And Myfar becomes frustrated, wanting, one can say, self-involved, even selfish, with all due respect to Myfar. And additionally, those are some of the accusations that could be made. But long story short, he meets another woman who has an increasing knowledge of the world, the ways of the world, and shares with him that that experience. So such that Myfar leaves his family in Toledo, marries another woman, and moves here to the Cuyahoga area, Cleveland, Ohio, and settles down with his family, or with her, in this area. And my auntie, the second auntie, and he, Myfar, have two additional children, another older brother and another older sister. And about 10 years later, when my older brother, the younger of the two, is about 8 or 9, thereabout, Myfar's family is murdered. He comes home one day and finds his wife and his two children shot dead. Devastation. The story of it is murder-suicide. Even to this day, that's the general communication. However, in learning further about the world, further about the circumstances, it is increasingly evident it's just straight up murder. So, as I mentioned, Myfar is a pharmacist. That's his trade, that's his occupation. At the same time, Myfar is involved in a number of other things. He mixes with all different types of kinfolk. He is of the world, and of the many different types of cats who are in the world, from the high-ranking politicians to the high-ranking gangsters, to the high-ranking people of other sorts. So, anyways, when that happens, devastation. So that's where I pause on that part of the story, and I talk about my Moor now. So that same year we begin, 1946. My Moor is going on 3 years old, and my Moor is a foreigner in a foreign land. And the people of the land look very different than she does. She grows up speaking a foreign language, Marathi. And she is of a group of people, we can say ethnicity, that is increasingly privileged within that foreign land, getting preferential treatment in many respects, particularly during that period. However, In 1946, my Moore is just a girl, 3 years old, learning Marathi, seeing, playing with children who look very different from herself. And that's what she knows. That's the normal. But she knows that she's different than the other children. And she knows that she's treated differently than the other children. And there are a lot of contradictions that exist within those circumstances. Eventually, she is enrolled in a boarding school in another area, away from her family, but still in India. And the boarding school is increasingly homogenous, effectively homogenous, of people of all European ancestry, like her family is. And even and there's comfort there. It's a secure, secluded environment. It's very Eurocentric. People are taught and have backgrounds that are very similar with my Moore. And so in that respect, there's attunement, but at the same time, she still sees the contradictions. She spends her first years of life interacting, playing with kinfolk that are look very differently, and seeing the differentiation. And when she's in the boarding school, she sees how people in the boarding school still look at the people that she grows up with initially, and still sees the contradiction. So that is something that is influential in her life. That the discrepancies and the challenges therein. So eventually, our family, her parents, and she and her siblings, her sisters, move to the United States. As once she finishes with secondary school, with high school, and preparatory school is another word for that. So when she finishes, they move to the States, United States, and she continues on to university from from her graduating high school, preparatory school. And when she's at university, she sees again still the contradiction. Again, she socializes with people who are like herself in terms of demographics, ethnicity, socioeconomics, and further. But she still sees the contradictions, the hypocrisies, and as she matures in that stage of life, and is called upon to start making life decisions about what path she's going to proceed, um, she recognizes how her yearning for that um, reconciliation amidst the contradictions is very different from the interests of the people around her. And she recognizes how that yearning for the reconciliation causes certain static even within her family, different from what her parents want and pursue, and additionally, just because those are the conditions, that's the environment. And so, in certain ways, my Moore is designated, in many ways, to be honest, as to be the black sheep. Um, to be different because she grows up with kinfolk who are different from her family, different from the circle of friends and colleagues around her family, and doing that, like, there's love, and once there's love, life is different. You can't hate, can't pretend, and be oneself and be happy and be content. And so parents know this. Parents recognize. And I'm saying parents in general, like this is something that's aware of. And there's the tendency just within society historically through the centuries and millennia, whereby some children, some parents raise certain ones of their children to like be the burden bearers, and just like dump on the child and put those things so that the other children may have it easier and can like assimilate and grow up and just proceed accordingly. One way that it's described in the monarchical sense, in the monarchies, even in England, this is utilized to describe Prince Harry, or at least I presume maybe he's still a prince, maybe he's not, I don't know, but it was referred to as an heir and a spare, meaning like the first son who is in the UK of Britain. Um, wow. Andrew? No. Wow. William, is that it? Whatever. The oldest, and I don't mean no in disrespect, but the first son is the one who is the heir apparent. Presuming everything proceeds in a copacetic way. And so, in having a second son, it's the spare, and that's such a derogatory, dehumanizing way of referring to a child. But that's the pragmatics of life. And so recognizing that certain things are bestowed and invested upon one child, whereas the other child is just like, yeah, whatever. And that's just one example, but it happens in everyday households and additionally, where anyway, so long story short on that joint, in many ways, it can be said that my Moore is designated as a black sheep of the family, of having affections for the people who are different from her, and knowing how that's going to be challenging in terms of socializing with the homogenous apartheid social structure around such kinfolk. So she decides to leave. She goes all the way from the West Coast, where her family is, and she settles down here in Ohio, where there is she becomes a teacher, and there's hiring in the public school system here, and so she secures a job as a teacher here in the public school system, and that's how my far and my Moore meet many years later after 1946. This is in the late 60s. Now, when my Moore and Farr meet, again, this is when my Farr just experiences that devastation. So my Farr is coming from the literally utter devastation of having his family murdered, and my Moore is coming from the experience of affective abandonment. She's the one who leaves, but it's actually because of the conditions around her, and rather than causing stress, undue worry, or whatever else, she just goes a few thousand miles away to the other side of the continent, and settles in Ohio, and my Farr and Moore meet, and have an interest in each other, and eventually get married. My Moore's family actually attends the wedding, and about a year later, I am born. So my Farr mentions during that period that he thought he would never experience that again. And in being provided with another opportunity, my Farr becomes increasingly dedicated and committed towards um, providing what he is able to provide to his progeny. And so that's what he does. And that's where my life story tangibly begins. So that's the first joint I share. Or that's the second joint I share, the next joint. Now we get to the third joint. Me. This is actually it's actually a rather challenging story, and I have to be mindful of how I say, what I say, da 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 da, and particularly the hour I say, as we're getting into an hour in this joint. So this is actually very difficult, but it's there's purpose to this, and I also have to emphasize genuine, profound respect and honor and love and appreciation for my parents, both my Farr and my Moore. And the purpose of me sharing this is because I know there are many millions even of people who are experiencing this, and need to hear this. So it is in that respect that I share this. Millions of people, adults, children, across the board. So what I'll begin by saying is there is an ancient history that is known commonly, particularly about the Republic, ancient Greece particularly, but it's not exclusive to Greece. It exists within numerous other societies, historically and contemporarily. And this particular experience is that of pedophilia. And there is the consideration of the intrinsic relationship, the intrinsic presence of pedophilia within the Republic as a phenomenon. The Republic, particularly as it's practiced or feigned in modern experience, is one that devalues intrinsically, not necessarily intentionally, but intrinsically devalues and undermines the integrity of traditional family. Focuses on individual, emphasis of leadership. The paradigm of leadership is outside of a traditional family. By that I mean in a monarchy where there's a king, it's the royal family. The king has a wife or a number of wives. He has children, and that is intended as the leadership model for the rest of society. There's a court, obviously, that's influential, and additionally, and depending upon the nature of the king, the court has a varying degree of influence. However, the premise, the continuing premise, regardless of who the king is that the king is part of a family. He's the man, he's the father, he's a husband, he's the leader of the family, and that family is the leader, the teacher of the rest of society. This is how each family should be, generally speaking. And so there's a reinforcement of and valuation of that experience of the traditional family. That's in a monarchy. We can look at clan systems, which is actually very different than the monarchic system, but it still emphasizes traditional family. Tribal systems, and additionally similar to clan, again, traditional family. In the Republic, that's not the case. It's not about the traditional family. It's about the individual. There's effectively what's pandering to the individual, the notions of freedom, which are very legitimate when kings are historically oppressive, when the feudal system is very repressive and limiting opportunities, having so many double standards in the legal system, that are very discriminatory towards certain types of individuals. So just because something's a monarchy and having a traditional family don't mean that it's righteous. And because when there's a history, a continual for hundreds of years history of corruption and oppression, it's very natural for people to look for another methodology of leadership, of governance, other than just a monarchy. And so the Republic provides itself as one of these solutions, or at least seemingly. But what's given up in that process is the emphasis, the valuation, the valuing of traditional family, because the premise of the Republic is individualism. It is the liberty of the individual to be to have basically personal, for lack of a better word, sovereignty from whatever the rule is, whatever the decisions are. And additionally, that's the premise, so that theoretically, the motivation for the individuals to participate in a republic is the notion of mutual interest in maintaining that personal integrity and additionally. And so again, it's very much emphasizing an individual, and in that emphasis there's an isolation of the individual, because there's less of a onus or of a motivation or an obligation or expectation or support for an individual to be married or to have children. And additionally, there's a motivation for an individual to contribute to society through labor, through ideas, through participation, and not just voting, but participation. within the governance and additionally, but not necessarily to have children. Um, and so, because of that, the motivating factors within society become increasingly skewed. And the protections for youth, and additionally, become further uh, dissolved. So, one of the things that is taught in common parlance is uh, people define or talk about the definition of a mentor. And the basic description is how men who would be affluent, have standing within society, particularly within ancient Greece, um, had an interest in having sex with boys. And so a family, a father and mother, a far more, would essentially hire a son to be that sexual partner with one of the rich men. And in exchange, the rich man not just provide money, but access to the hierarchies of society. So it was a way of training the boy to be within the hierarchy of society. And it was a normalized thing. It may not necessarily be the most prevalent of things, but it was a normalized part of society. It may not necessarily been that much like um, pronounced in terms of like just out there, but still a normalized part of society. Unnatural, but normalized. So, my point for saying that is just again the notion of pedophilia. It's not a new thing. The notion of the normalization of pedophilia is not a new thing. Um, and it's not just a Greek thing. It's not just a European thing. It's not just a Euro Mediterranean thing. We can see this existing around the earth today, but also yesterday too. So that being said, now I'm going to get into some of my story. And there are certain things that I do not talk about in my life because it's not for me to talk about. It's not mine to talk about. It involves other people. And so, because of that, I don't have the license to talk about it because it's not my thing to say. This is my thing to say. But at the same time, even that being so, I have to be mindful because by me saying it, I'm also casting certain um, joints towards my parents and additional kinfolk who provide tremendous support to me and love and guidance, righteousness, even for days upon days upon days upon years upon years upon years. So it is necessary, appropriate for me to emphasize that. Now, that being said, this is what I'll say about myself. What I am aware of is that there is an incident that occurs when I am 3 years old. I remember the day, but my direct recollection of the circumstances is less clear. And so, because of that, and because of the stakes that are involved, it is very natural to avoid even just the possibility or the probability of what actually happens. But it's easier just to get immersed in life, ignore it, put it to the side, and just focus on today and the to-do list and everything else like that. But for kinfolk like myself, deep in this truth game, there's certain things I'm unavailable to avoid. Particularly in the truth game, isn't just a matter of like it's not a hustle. It's not some like a it's not like a tactical. Nah, it's life. It's life mission and purpose. It's a necessity. It's often further necessary than food, even in water. And so, as unpleasant as it is, as tenacious as it is, I got to do it. So, um, when I think about that occasion when I'm 3 years old, done been 45 years ago, whilst I try to avoid it, this, that, and the other, because again, my direct recollection, modest. So I'm precluded from definitively and specifically making any. I'm precluded from making any definitive, specific accusations. But I've meditated upon this. I've prayed upon this. I've thought about this. I've studied about this long enough and strong enough to be able to connect the dots. And this is the image that is revealed when I connect the dots. One other thing I'll say as a preface is that, like I said, I study about pedophilia today, how it's done, how subtle it is, how parents are our primary um, culprit in the practice of pedophilia. Well, first of all, how it's often done from family members towards the children in the family, whether it's an uncle, whether it's a cousin, a brother, a parent, or otherwise, mother, auntie, and otherwise. So that's one thing. But then even further, parents selling their children to neighbors, strangers, and additionally. So pedophilia is something that's most predominantly committed by people who are in a position of trust, and because of that, it's discreet, it's subtle, and it's very difficult to evidence. And it's extremely awkward, and people don't want to talk about it. The victims don't want to talk about it, and additionally, people don't want to acknowledge it when they see it right in their face. But it's there. So when I do study some of the methodologies, some of the signs, and additionally, and I see to myself, yo, and this isn't one of those things of just like after decades after the fact, just accusing people. It's a matter of like just recognizing what it is and how it affects me. Like it explains a number of the things in my life that's very difficult for me to own up to because some of these things I've done is when I'm extremely young, and I think to myself, how do I think about that? How do I get into that? And this is something that explains that. And again, it's not a matter of looking for a scapegoat because I have to answer for everything I do in this life, even at whatever age I do it at. But at the same time, when it's a 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, there are obviously additional circumstances that are involved in that joint. And again, my purpose for sharing this significantly is for those kinfolk, children, adults, and additionally, who need to hear this. So, based upon what I've read, based upon what I've studied, the communications that I receive, and further about pedophilia, I'm going to articulate a scenario. It can be understood as a hypothetical scenario. It can be understood as a likely scenario. Um, it can be recognized as the scenario, the actual scenario. But I'm careful in making a specific direct accusation. So I want to articulate that and give that preface beforehand. So that being said, what I can say is that there is a day when I am around 3 years old where my parents agree for me to have a sleepover at somebody else's house, a friend of the family. And the friend of the family didn't have children my age. The children were at least maybe 4, 5, 6 years older than myself in elementary school. I'm not even in preschool at that point. I'm young. So, but I remember distinctly the day, and one of the factors. I'll say it. Well, I'm trying not to be too specific, but there was a sports car involved, and so that was one of the draws because a big deal is made about the sports car, and that provides a boy like myself with enthusiasm. Now, it also provides some memorableness. So, but anyways, that's what I remember, and I remember generally being at the house of the family friends. And again, these are friends of the family, and I remember um, the gist of being there, and then returning back to my parents' house. So that's the actuality that happened. I remember that. Now that being said, um, when I look into how pedophilia is done, and first, me being 48 years old, without any children, of which I am aware at least, and knowing like how to further take care of children. In addition, I think to myself, first of all, and learning about how other cultures raise children and how other cultures, particularly like traditional cultures, don't do sleepovers. No, my child sleeping at somebody else's house that even when there's a trusted people in addition, just the notion of my child sleeping away from where I am, and me not knowing like what my child is experiencing through the night ain't no haps. Not even a question. It's not even done. The child sleeps in the parent's house. Point blank, that's it. If the child is visiting another house, it's the whole family visiting the other house, and so the child is still sleeping in the vicinity of the parents. So, anyways, I become increasingly aware as a man, as an adult, about the benefits of that type of culture of just like very conservative, strict restrictions about children. Me growing up is a different experience. Like that was the thing. Sleeping over people's houses. That was the ordinary. People wanted to sleep there. That was a sign of popularity, of influence, and additionally within the scene when I grew up. But when I see how other people live later on in my life, I'm like, yo, I see the reason for that. So looking in that context, when I look back, just the notion of a 3-year old living or sleeping over at another family's house by himself, inadvisable at the very least. So that's one thing. And then knowing what I know about how pedophilia works and all the different types of many of the different types of methodologies of exchanges, and additionally, um, again, it's a matter of connecting the dots. Um, so what I'll say is the scenario. Again, it can be hypothetical, it can be the likely, it can be the actual. But this is the scenario that I share. In this scenario, I'm gonna use the third person too, uh, just because I'm just gonna use the third person at the moment. So this is how I'll describe it. In this scenario, child goes to the house, and everything is set out. Maybe pizza, some just favorite foods. The other children are happy. There's a new person in the house. There's a new energy. It's excitement. The parents make it exciting. Everything is fun, fun, fun. And additionally, um, and maybe there's a little bit of maybe a little bit of intentionality whereby as things are settling down for the evening, everybody's getting to be bedtime. And additionally, maybe the child has a little bit further, maybe some pop, some soda to drink, or maybe some chips or something like that, some salt to get thirsty and have something to drink, and then I'll have another glass. Oh, da, 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 da. So at some point, in the early part of the night, when everybody's settled down and everything else like that, a boy needs to utilize the restroom. And as the boy he's been shown where things are and everything like that, so he's comfortable going by himself to go to the restroom. So that's what he does. He goes to the restroom, and in the hallway, with the night lights on and everything else like that, the father of the family, kind of signals the boy to come over there. And this sounds very creepy. It sounds very like unlikely, but again, like I say, I'm sharing this joint. So the father doesn't say anything, but he's friendly. We just had a fantastic day with all the fun food and everything else like that. You go, oh, wait a second, not saying anything, but just comes over, and says, hop on the bed. Again, not saying anything, not saying a word, because that's gonna wake up the consciousness. So it's all signals. And additionally, and so I hop on the bed. Now the wife is already in the bed. She's under the covers. And eventually, the far just kind of like pulls down the cover, and there she is, exposed. Maybe it's a breast, maybe it's further. And so the boy is excited. He's comfortable, but now he's like awkward. But at the same time, the awkwardness is he's seeing an adult woman who uh, is being exposed in front of him, and so he it's scintillating. Um, and so the husband motions for him for the boy to like touch the woman, maybe touch the breast or additionally, and so the boy is like, yeah, he wants to, he's being told to, he feels awkward, but at the same time he's lit up, and it's right, she's right there. It objectifying, but anyways, there it is. So the boy touches, and he's experiencing like all these other things or whatever, and he's he's like paralyzed, but at the same time lit up. And so after doing that, then like the boy kind of like sits back at the bed, and then the far proceeds to undress and then have sexual intercourse with his wife in front of the boy. And when that happens, then the boy kind of just goes off on his own, takes his own kind of cue to leave when the discomfort just becomes too much, and he just kind of just goes back to his own room or whatever. And so by that point, like, he is corrupted because he experiences, he bites in terms of touching the woman, but at the same time he's abused because he's been exposed to another man having sex in front of him with another woman. And so it's all quiet, hush hush. And the next day, breakfast, fantastic, lavish breakfast, and oh, look at this, tastes fantastic. And additionally, and then jump in the sports car, oh, fun ride. Back home, everything's copacetic, all smiley faces, sing songy, and the boy is back with his parents. And a few days later, just immersed in life and continues on. So that's the scenario. Now, why? What would be the what's the reason for all that? So looking at the on the side of the host parents, the host couple or whatever, um, maybe the father is impotent, and he requires some kind of energy. Children have energy. It's historic. Look at King David. When he's an elder, there's a woman who's found, a virgin, the most beautiful virgin of the land, who's brought to sleep with him, so that he might have that energy, that vigor. A similar thing is communicated with Gandhi, him laying down with his nieces. So it's a thing. Like, people, when there's an energy that children have, particularly again virgin, and additionally there's just an energy, and so people, particularly people who are somewhat corrupted, or how, another word, corrupt is a little bit of a strong, well, it's an applicable word, but just people who are enveloped in the decays of society, but at the same time are enveloped in the riches as well, need some type of stimulus other outside of what is usually experienced. And so having a child, kind of the corruption of a child is something that can be stimulating for a man, and even not necessarily wanting to have sex with a boy, but just as a way for him to have sex with his own wife. And for the wife, why would she agree to that? Well, maybe she hasn't been touched in a long time, and so she's less concerned about what the circumstances are. Maybe she experiences some of that excitement, and additionally, she wants intimacy with her husband. She's not receiving it at that moment. Maybe he has less interest in her, or otherwise. Maybe he sees corruption in her. She sees corruption in him, and so the two are husband and wife. But at the same time, it's just like nothing. So a child there makes it increasingly exciting, and so she experiences that intimacy with her husband, and she so there's that scenario. Now, why would the parents of the boy, even allow the semblance or the proximity, or the distant prospect of that happening to the son. For that, I go back to what I mentioned concerning ancient Greece, the mentor, and additionally, and I will share like a, a preliminary scenario, like the conversation that particularly my father has with the family friend. Because like I said, this is a dear family friend, at least during that period. And there wasn't any fallout that I remember that I'm aware of after that, even just years after that. Um, but the preliminary scenario. Again, my father interacts with all different types of cats, from what was referred to in the day as, I guess, swingers, something to that effect, gangsters, um, national politicians, and further. So, uh, in these circles, um, people drink, smoke out, whatever, relax, shoot the shit, just chop it up or whatever. And my father, again, he's of the world. He knows about the ways of the world. He knows about the corruptions within the world as well, and he knows about how certain corruptions avail people to opportunities of ascension within the world as well. And he knows like this is part of how things are done. So as he's facing the prospect of raising another family, another additional children, preparing for education, protection, and additionally having support within a community. That's serious, challenging tasks for parents, and many parents who abstain from having like preset kind of guarantees or whatever in terms of those kind of arrangements. Um, can be very responsive towards invitations to that type of to those type of arrangements. So they might be just shooting the shit one day, smoking out, drinking out, whatever, relaxed, maybe just watch a game or whatever else, and just chilling out, listening to some music or whatever, and at some point get into a conversation about opportunities, and talking about life and whatever else, and um, utilizing veiled descriptions, but basically the family friend mentioning uh, the the practice of trade, favors for favors, and the importance of keeping a boy like straight, but at the same time, a boy has to be corrupted. Again, citing the example of Siddhartha, the Buddha, his father corrupts him with sex, having sex with the women in the court, and additionally, lots of it at a young age and continually. And to be honest, it's presumably at a young age, but sex with the court, because that's what's done with princes, and that's done particularly in distracting princes from pursuing the spiritual life. So that's what parents do. Uh, that's what a father does in many cases in society, with his son, introducing his son to woman. Um, Even in traditionally, when a far is has slave women, servant women, if we want to utilize an increasingly genteel vernacular, but women who are in the father's house, who listen, who abide, obey the commands of the far, and the son having sex with a number of the far's servants. That's a very common thing in ancient parlance all the way through today. Um, so, the notion of a son being brokering an agreement that involves the son's corruption, but at the same time, the son being provided with opportunities of ascending through the societal ranks is a very actual common um, prospect, particularly for parents who are without a preset arrangement for such provisions. So in this conversation, they talk about opportunities. You talk about a boy's got to learn about life, type of situation, and it's appropriate to keep the boy straight, signifying that there's not going to be any homosexual type of interaction with the boy directly. But the boy gets introduced to woman. But at the same time, part of the cost is that the boy sees another man have sex with a woman. So that might be a satisfactory compromise or satisfactory arrangement. And in exchange for that, the boy gets admission to a private school, maybe guaranteed admission for 6 years, maybe open ended, maybe even a scholarship, and that type of thing. So that might seem very like out there. It might seem very like cringe and this and the other, but it's beneficial to recognize that it's much further normalized than what people want to think about. And by normalized, I don't mean appropriate or uh, legitimate. I'm just saying it happens much further often in the mainstream experience than people want to acknowledge. And so that is the reason for me stating that at this moment. So after I return from that actual day, that actual sleepover, and additionally, what I can recall and what I can share is that from a very early age, I have a very strong sexual interest in women, um, and um, at the same time, very conscientious, feeling conflicted, like um, being ashamed of that type of interest. And so keeping it hidden and not getting a lot of direct guidance about like the appropriate relationship between a man and a woman. And so just the notion, the indirect kind of guidance of just like, this is something that's private. We don't talk about it. So whatever you do, just be discreet, da 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 da. And again, this is young age, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, thereabouts. Uh, Such that in that experience, once being like turned on, um, there is a continual uh, yearning, for lack of a better word, um, desire. That's a little bit strong for a child to describe for a child, but just a wanting and not knowing how to proceed in quelling, fulfilling that want. And thus, because of that, when finding opportunities of discreetly, quietly interacting with other girls at gatherings and additionally, um, molesting other girls. And I'm quiet and shy, so it's not a matter of like trying to force. It's increasingly, again, it's increasingly, to be honest, it's somewhat like passively manipulative. Being that, again, like having an interest in a girl, and then when there's an opportunity, kind of just pursuing that. And again, not trying to force or whatever else, but at the same time, it's not appropriate. So that occurs on a number of occasions when I'm a youngster. Um, when I'm about 9 years old, 10 years old, fourth grade, fifth grade. At that point, I'm getting a little bit older. I'm learning further about life, about society, about appropriate behavior that other houses have, what the other families have, and recognizing that what I do for the years up to that point um, is like it's not appropriate. And Um, during that period, um, yeah. Even feeling the guilt of doing that without knowing like all the how to process that and all that, to the point that, to be honest, I remember one time, as a way of basically maybe purging myself of that guilt, I remember very distinctly. Oh, it's something else I gotta share. All right. Well, I'll say this first. I remember distinctly at that age, again, maybe 9 or 10. I wore um, a woman's skirt or something to that effect. I think it was a woman's skirt. And the reason why I do that is because I'm making a fool of myself. But in making a fool of myself, I am attempting to like shed that guilt that I had to that point in abusing the girls that I had abused. And so thinking like, okay, this makes it even. Just make a fool of myself. And it wasn't, again, I'm like 9, 10 years old. I'm not thinking about it like very thoroughly or whatever else. I'm just kind of responding to that intuition. Um, and there are kinfolk who see me on that occasion. I'm not out there trying to be flash or whatever, but I did that and I'm seen. There's laughter. There's photographs taken. So I'm I'm fairly confident that there's photographs at this moment in somebody's hands of me being 9, 10 years old wearing a woman's skirt. So I think that happened on 2 occasions during that period. So that's what it is. It happened. What is appropriate for me to share as well is that um, there are a number of photographs taken of me at a young age, when I'm even younger than that, from being a baby through uh, being 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, me in a bathtub, and additionally, and that's not appropriate. That's not cute. Those photographs being shared, and people sharing it with other people, and it's supposed to be some type of endearing type of thing. People kind of look at it, laugh, and oh, look at Peter, da 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 da. But at the same time, it's a way of behavioral control, guilting, and additionally, maybe perhaps being aware of what I'm doing at the gatherings, and additionally with some of the other girls, and as a way of keeping me in check, uh, flexing that guilt, and additionally to have the photographs. It's guilt on one level just by knowing it and in referencing it indirectly, but then when an actual photograph is taken of me, now there's something that's very strongly directly to be wielded whenever there may be some wayward behavior on my part that's dissatisfactory to the elders. So but again, photographs of children in bathtubs, no, it's not cute, it's wrong, it's pedophilia. Regardless of how it's utilized, no, 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 stop. Um, but it takes a toll. It takes a toll. And by the time I get into middle school, 11 years old, by that point, I'm interacting with other children, other youth who are basically getting into puberty and talking about dating. And so now I'm like seeing that stage of life, and I can see, oh, okay, well, this game is very different. So let me go on. So at that point, amidst the history that I already established by that point, there's a lot of repression. And at the same time, still that yearning of intimacy, sexual intimacy with a woman. So instead of directing it towards directly interacting with other girls, I directed towards pornography, and I had been introduced to pornography when I'm 5 years old, 6 years old, thereabouts. So it wasn't nothing new, but without that type of interaction with other girls at that point, it was just further involvement in envelopment within the pornography. So, and obviously that affects relationships, that affects not just romantic relationships, but all just interaction, perspective, and additionally, that experience of always hiding something, and further, and the guilt, the shame, the insecurity, the disappointment, and all those things. So, hour and a half in this joint. When I reach puberty, again, repressive, just isolation, when there's a necessity of relief amidst the yearning of being with a woman, pornography. Um, and it is reinforced again by society. Society teaching safe sex, um, handing out prophylactics, teaching about birth control, and warning. During that period, it was all about AIDS and the scare about having unprotected sex. And I've said this before, but like I remember very distinctly, maybe being in ninth grade, so 14 years old, the Surgeon General of the United States instructs boys to masturbate. That was the instruction from the Surgeon General as a solution for these concerns: teenage pregnancy, sexual transmitted diseases, and additionally, the official word from the government: masturbate. Boys masturbate. So my thought is not only is it like normalized in my perspective during that period, not is it only normalized, but it's like commanded. That's what the guidance is. That's supposed to be the solution from the authorities. So it's frowned upon. I mean, a boy who does that, suspect, is a loser. Is can't even get a woman or whatever else. So that's the motivation for not doing it, to not be clowned and ridiculed and shunned and everything else within amongst one's peers and social group. But at the same time, well, it's the government that's telling people to do it. You telling boys to do it. So it's very difficult to find that genuine guidance, the healthy guidance about sexuality, about healthy relationship between a man and a woman, and additionally, um, and trying to figure out like, yo, why am I like this? Why have I been like this since a very early age? And I don't subscribe too tough towards like the whole notion about genetics or whatever else in that respect. Obviously, genetics has many applications that are very influential and legitimate, but in terms of that type of behavioral tendency, and additionally, it comes from some type of instruction. It comes from some type of introduction, corruption. Um, so I try to figure out like, yo, like from some of my earliest memories involve having a very strong sexual urge. Maybe that's the best word to utilize. Urge to be with women, to be with like. All right, this is another thing. Yeah, going into locker rooms at a young age, 4 or 5. Well, I'm not gonna get into all the like different things that I experienced, but there are occasions during that stage of my life, again, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to even later ages, when in order to go to the swimming pool, and additionally, I'm taking it into the women's locker room, and when I'm there, I see naked women all over the place, right in front of me, live. And I see like grown women um, exposed and just frozen because women look at me and like can't say anything, not necessarily because I'm a boy and like I know by that point I have some knowledge about sex. That's a that's a religious standard of like what boys should be exposed to, and there boys shouldn't be exposed to naked women. But even like in terms of conservative standards, whether a boy should be exposed to a woman when if she wears like in Islam a hijab in public, and at home she can reveal her hair, and additionally amidst the men, particularly the younger men, her son, and additionally within the family. Um, and one of the standards that you like to describe, whether it's permissible to present for a woman to present herself in such a way amongst young boys or children, is whether the children have a knowledge about sex, and that's not necessarily a matter of whether the children have had sex, but have some kind of like know they know what they're seeing. And I knew what I was seeing when I was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. And because of that, when I'm seeing it, I'm just riddled with like, yo, I'm feeling guilt. Like one thing, yo, I'm made like turned on, like wow, but at the same time, and right in front of the women see me. And the thing is, can't say anything too much about me because I'm being escorted. And not only that, but all the women are of European ancestry, and so don't want to even deal nothing with somebody who's of darker complexion, particularly like this. So instead, just having that quiet fury towards me, kind of just giving me the bad eye, and I just try to like stay staring at the lockers and whatever else, but that's what happens, and so that's further types of corruption. So again, the point of this is other than to it's not indemnify, but to um, sounds it's means something like accuse. But anyways, the point is not to call into dispersion anything about the people who brought me into those conditions, because there is culpability in that respect. But at the same time, it's normal. It's normalized. It may not necessarily be the most normal of things, some of the things that I'm describing, but many of these things are normalized, and particularly normalized for people who live in the comparatively liberal um, collectives of modern and postmodern society. Um, so it's not an indictment on any individual per se. It's an indictment about the practice, and it's a testimony about how prevalent the practice is, and the necessity of healing and change because of that. So, all that being said, these are some of the things that I'm exposed to as a youngster, and that significantly shaped me to this day, concerning my perspective, my interaction, my relationship with women, but also my relationship just with the earth, and additionally. So now that being said, my intention is to just describe additional elements about my life and relationship with women very briefly before getting into the fourth topic of the Buddha and Jesus. When I began university, didn't have a girlfriend, no sexual, as a virgin all the way through till I start university. Pornography, masturbation, throughout high school. And when I get to university, I think to I consider, okay, this is the time when for me to like begin to be normal, so to speak, like other dudes. And during this whole period, I'm hearing what other dudes say they're doing. I'm seeing some of the things that other dudes are doing. So it's not all just lies and everything else, but I'm seeing some of that. When I get to university too, I begin further to see it happening, but at the same time, I become further involved in it. So, what I will say at this point concerning that stage of my life is after my first year of university, completed the first year, still a virgin. I begin a relationship with a young woman, a young sister, after my first year. And um, I mentioned recently in in a recent conversation that, and I've said this on numerous occasions before, that according to the tradition of earth, many traditions of the earth, from Judaism, similarly within Islam, and additional traditions, there are basic requirements that are involved to signify a marriage between a man and a woman. Within specifically the tradition of Israel, there are three components. There are three requirements that concerning the marriage between a man and a woman. It's if a man provides a woman with a dowry, a marital price that is the woman's, that is the wife that she keeps for herself. The second is if a man provides, or if the husband and wife sign a contract in it, and there are two witnesses, at least two witnesses to that contract. It depends on the tradition of how many witnesses. The third is if the man and the woman have sexual intercourse, consummate the relationship. When a man and woman complete any one of those criteria, of those three criteria, husband and wife, that's the first component of it. The second component, though, after doing that, then it's a matter for the husband and wife to be approved by the entire community. The community saying we support this marriage. We're not going to let any other dudes talk to her. We're not going to let any women talk with him if that's against the rules of the community. And otherwise, in many communities, a man can have multiple wives. So, but we will make sure the husband takes care of the wife and this and the other. So, to satisfy those requirements of being approved by the community, being formally recognized as husband and wife by the community, there are again three criteria, and all of these three are required. One is that there's a public announcement about the marriage with the names of the husband and wife. Second is that there's a gathering where members of the community are witnessing it and see the husband and wife together. The third is that there is cohabitation with the husband and wife living together. So with those three, in many of the traditions of the earth, that all three, every one of those three are required for the community to acknowledge and support the marriage between the husband and wife. So according to those criteria, I have 11 wives to date in this life. The first wife I have is, as I mentioned, after I complete my first year in university, and that's that. After a few months of being together, we separate. Now, the rules of separation, divorce within different traditions are different. Some provide for divorce and have different stipulations about how that is done. Some say ain't no divorce; it's life. It doesn't matter. So, I'm for the purposes of this conversation at the moment, I'm going to abstain from describing what I practice concerning separation and divorce. But I do agree, I do believe, I do recognize that marriage is for life. When a man and a woman join together, become one flesh, that's life. That's permanent. One can even say that is eternal. That's done. It's forever. It's a cipher. It's like conjoined twins. Like it's a fusion. The husband and wife are together from that day forward, continuing on. Now, even when the two separate, still it's a mind meld. Like the two are connected with each other, and amidst further people getting involved, the man goes on and has additional relationships with other women. The woman has additional relationships with other men. All that becomes fused within the mind meld, which makes it so difficult, and why it's very much suggested and advised not to do, because it gets complicated. Insecurities, jealousies, just even practicalities, and additionally extremely tenuous. So, husband and wife for life. Now, a husband and wife can separate and go in different ways and do different things, but there's always that connection. There's always that fusion, that mind meld. So my first marriage is and I refer to each of these occasions that I satisfy the first requirement, the first component of requirements, as a marriage, because many people might just say, well, there's just boyfriend and girlfriend, or just going steady, or just this, that, and the other, and kind of dismissing it and not saying it wasn't actually a full marriage. But I acknowledge each of these relationships as a marriage, and I do that um, because to honor the relationship, to honor the woman, to honor my wife who is in each of these relationships, um, and to also call out myself concerning my inappropriate behavior within these relationships. And so rather than just discounting or dismissing it as a girlfriend or whatever else, is no, this is what it is. And I didn't honor that relationship as I should. I didn't know a lot about it, and I can use that as an excuse if I were wanting to utilize excuses, but I'm not. So I have to bear it. I have that karma with me for life, and this is the evidence. Me having 11 wives, and to date, have yet to have a wife live with me. So I can provide that. Well, yeah. So I have 11 wives in this life to date. 9 of those wives um, I marry over 20 years ago, before I begin my spiritual path, before I begin to learn further about appropriate relationship between a man and a woman. 2 of those wives I marry the within recent years, and continue to be in my care, even though we have yet to cohabit with each other. All of these wives, all 11, abstain. I and my wives have abstained from being sanctioned, from being approved by the community, according to those protocols of notice, gathering, and cohabitation. So each of my wives, all 11, exist in that first realm and have yet to be established in the second realm, and that's one of the challenges. So, just as a synopsis of my marriages, um, my first I marry my first 6 wives when I am at university, during the years of university, from my actually just the period between my after my first year and then right before my senior year, my 4th year. So it was during my second and third years at university where I married my first 6 wives. And again, very unattentive, very selfish, very ignorant, um, very well intended. Like I never lie, I never make empty promises, or otherwise with any of my wives. I'm very honest. Some might say comparatively callous, particularly after our wedding, our effective marriage, um, and particularly in the sense that there's separation. But my wives and I all continue in comparatively well in mutual with mutual amicability. Some of the separations are increasingly tenuous than others, but from my understanding and as genuinely as I can say, there's an absence of hostility or animosity between my wives and I in those separation of path or in those paths of separation. Now that's my relationship between my just directly between my wives and me. Now, with regards to family members of my wives, and additionally, it can be understood to be comparatively different. And I have yet to be made privy in many ways of those reactions and those sentiments. But just knowing how families feel about women, the children, the daughters in the family, most very rightfully have disdain towards me, particularly years ago. Now, again, those are my first 6 wives, all of whom are of African ancestry, predominantly. And one of the reasons why may be that there is I'm able to continue in the way that I am in life at this moment to this day is because during that period I'm on a mission. To this day, I'm on a mission in life. And even at a young age, it's recognized, and I'm supported by the community accordingly, such that when I marry my wives and separate from my wives, there may be considered to be certain buffers, people who support me, who provide some diplomacy with my wives, so that my wives abstain from being exceedingly hostile or retributional towards me, at least during those years, so that I may complete my studies, that I can may complete the work at that moment, because many kinfolk around me, many people in the community see that I'm doing things that are beneficial for the community, and I'm preparing for things that are beneficial for the community. So it might be just like, yo, he's in his learning stage. If he's married now, it's going to hinder his prospects of ascending through the ranks in order to do these things. We have to make compromises. We have to make sacrifices for the sake of the greater cause. He's genuine in his work. He's genuine in following through with what he communicates in his mission life. And additionally, and so yes, it's inappropriate the way he's going about this relationship, but we have to provide some leeway for kinfolk like this, and that's something that's historic within the Black community, because for a number of reasons. One is that monogamy, first of all, is very counter, not necessarily counterintuitive, but it is contradictory with African culture. And it's not to say that African men cannot be monogamous, but just that strict monogamy in like a Protestant kind of Anglo-Saxon kind of culture is just further renderings of oppression and imperialism. And so that's one element of it. Another is that when men do rise through the ranks and show some talent and show some ability to effect change in a positive way for the community, there are a lot of undue concessions that the community makes for that man in tolerating his excesses, his extravagances, his indulgences, and even some of his malfeasances, because the community is just like, well, this is part of the price we have to pay, so we bear that. And so I am not on the level of other leaders, notable leaders through the years, through the century, and further, who receive that type of treatment, but it's along those lines. So anyways, it may be considered that with my first 6 wives, that there's advocacy on my part, without necessarily me directly beknownst to me or solicited by me, but just like, again, intermediaries who kind of play the diplomat and quell some of the would-be disdain towards me, even amongst family members, saying, yo, this dude is doing things, let's support that, and how can we make this decent? And additionally, so all that being said, I'm able to graduate from university. I continue on to business school, graduate from business school, travel abroad, live abroad, study abroad, study overseas, continue on to work in human rights, and continue on to law school. And additionally, and that's, I think, where many kinfolks start to see like some of the fruition of the work that I do. And also, like, this is the other thing. Even during that age, when I'm young, and have these 6 wives, in my estimation, it's extremely tame compared to what I hear other brethren do, what I see other brethren do, in terms of lying to women, playing women, double timing, and this, that, and the other. I never did that. I abstained from, I guess, technically, if I have 6 wives, that's 6 timing women. But in terms of, but again, during those years, I didn't articulate, I didn't see it that way as being married. And additionally, just saw it as a relationship that came and gone. So in the contemporary sense, as in the contemporary parlance of two-timing, I abstain from ever doing it, of cheating on a girlfriend or otherwise. Again, like I said, I'm honest. I abstain from making promises. I don't like play around or whatever in terms of like pitting women again. I don't try to like I didn't play that game, so I'm thinking I'm nice, but at the same time, still not knowing how to treat a woman properly, and how to be committed to a woman properly, and how to welcome a proper commitment from a woman either. So, and that's appropriate to recognize. That's important to recognize. So that's my first 6 wives from university. Then, to be honest, when I graduate, as I prepare for graduation, even before my senior year, I recognize that I have the necessity of going on to graduate school. I'm going to have to like dig in deeper, and get ready for a next level. And so that's what I do. That's what I prepare for, and that's what I achieve. Um, and in that process, very little dates, no girlfriends, no interaction. I actually am abstain from having physical intimacy with any woman for a period of 4 years, from 95, which is the summer before my senior year, all the way through 99, um, which is after my first year in law school. So that spans a period of 4 years. No physical intimacy with a woman. And again, I'm focusing on my studies, my work, my preparing my path in life, at least professionally, occupationally. And also, to be honest, like trying to figure out like appropriate relationship with women, trying to figure out like the type of woman that I need in my life to be a life partner, and just trying to figure that out, and not having a lot of direct guidance because, um, well, I'll say some things that I've learned, God willing, in a minute about that. What some of the answers I found concerning, or at least the working things that I'm still working on. But so that's my first 6 wives. Then my next 3 wives, I marry during my years in law school. So it's after my first year of law school, and then all the way through my third year in law school. I marry 3 women according to those circumstances, the criteria that I described. Each of these women is from another country. Um, and um, and that's part of my intentionality, because by that point I recognize that, particularly in law school, that I abstain from getting intimately involved too tough, at least initially and intentionally, with other women, other students who are from the United States. Because again, I know I'm not taking the bar. And I'm and it's I know like it's imprudent for me to begin or intend a relationship, an intimate relationship with a woman who is planning to take the bar, because that's like, it's not even just different religions. It's um, like a life partnership with somebody who's making a fundamentally different, and contradictory, and hostile decision, because that's essentially what it is, the Three-Fifths Compromise and further within U.S. Constitution. So it was just like the notion, the prospect, and there are many attractive women in law school, many intelligent, very relatable women in law school, um, and but just knowing what I know at that point, it's just like I'm precluded from initiating intentionally that type of relationship. There are a number of women that I begin having that type of communication with, and interaction that leads to that type of involvement, but I abstain from consummating or completing any of one of those criteria of marriage with women, because particularly because of that. But that being said, there are a number of women who are from other countries, who are lawyers in other countries, um, and and I begin relationship with women accordingly, along those lines, and that includes my 3 wives from that I married during law school. So those are my first 9 wives. Um, there is, in this context, in this definition, my one and only girlfriend that I have in life, because I have a committed, intimate relationship with her, but abstain from completing any of the any of the first requirements that I described for marriage. So, but she is the woman who I am involved with as I graduate from law school and as I properly begin my spiritual path. And it's during that period when I recognize that um, there's much that I have to learn about myself in terms of my spiritual existence and like a lot of the things, a lot of the givens that I experienced in life up to that point had been obliterated and dissolved. Like I had like reached like the end of the road in many of those. I know the end of the road is a little bit of a strong euphemism, but I had reached the summit of many of these pursuits of community building, and additionally, such that I saw the limitations and couldn't commit myself to those methodologies because I just knew it wasn't going to be the answer. And because I was precluded from committing to those methodologies, that means that I couldn't. I was precluded from um, immersing myself within that support structure because it didn't provide the support that I genuinely need during that period. Um, and so that includes the support for marriage, the support of supporting a wife and family, and even in providing guidance about how to support a wife and family. And as I become mature, like in my mid 20s, and that prospect of marriage becomes increasingly like immediate and serious. People, my friends, family are getting married and having children. Um, I'm confronted seriously with some of these significant questions about ethnicity, identity, allegiance, in a very serious way, and um, those questions are necessary in terms of securing support from a community. To As I mentioned, like with my far in the villages of East St. Louis, of having that backing of getting clients and getting support for one's profession, and additionally getting the remuneration, salary, or whatever from the community that supports it. It was difficult for me to see that as a mixed brother, genuinely aligned with the different groups of my heritage and further. So, anyways, that plays a significant role in terms of establishing foundation for me as a man, establishing foundation for me as a husband, and offering myself to a wife properly, and then my foundation as a far as a husband and father of a family, and providing that type of guidance and support for my progeny. So I didn't see that when I was graduating from law school and knowing that I was about to like catch some nasty business. I separated with my girlfriend during that period because I didn't want to reveal her to that same type of experience. So, um, those are my first 9 wives. And from that point, over 20 years ago, I began my spiritual path to understand further about my purpose in life, and my discipline and guidance, behavior, relationship, and further how to treat women, how to support women, and additionally, and it takes a long, long time. But in that path, that spiritual path, I find answers, and I continue to find answers. Um, my 2 wives of recent years, I will say this as a preface. One of the things I've learned, and this is actually comparatively recently, it's come, it's shared with me, and I come to understand this. One of the challenges that I personally experienced, and I imagine there are additional kinfolk, men my age or men in my similar experience, who also experience this, is that I am comparatively conservative. I am comparatively traditional when it comes to relationship between a man and a woman, and traditional family. And There are many billions of people who share these beliefs, share these practices, and share these priorities. The challenge is that by and large, the people who share these traditional values concerning family, concerning marriage, are very homogenous and very segregated from each other. Don't want to mess with too many people outside of one's own circle. That's ethnically, that's religiously, and otherwise. So even though having these traditional beliefs and principles about marriage and relationship, not messing with people who are of a different ethnicity or of a different religion, because it's conservative. It's a matter of just like staying where one is, staying within one's own fold, and not messing with people who are different. So because in many ways there's a vulnerability, and so it's just a matter of like staying away from people who are different because it's a threat to the way things are done. So that's on one side. Now, there are liberals in this life who do kick it with all different kinds, and it's a beautiful thing. However, liberals are of a different mindset, have different beliefs concerning marriage and family, and a lot of those beliefs ain't healthy. It's a very individual, indulgent ethos and protocols of just doing what one wants to do, not judging, and just like a free for all. And obviously, there's a spectrum. There's degrees of that, but that's basically the the ethos within the liberal mindset. It's just like, man, just do what you want to do. A laissez-faire type of experience. So the challenge with that is that there's a lot of volatility in that experience. There's a lot of uh, traffic, for lack of a better word, in the relationships. Relationships coming and going, short lived, um, and insecurities and vulnerabilities and resentments and competition, and additionally resulting from that instability. And the overcompensations through indulgences within an intoxication or further promiscuity or other similar types of nulling or uh, hyperization of the senses. Numbing in terms of just like forgetting about things through um, smoking out or otherwise drinking, but then hypersensualization, meaning to forget oneself through other types of intoxicants or um, involvements in other things. So, anyways, the point is the liberal mindset is one that tends to be very critical towards men, patriarchy, um, utilizing the word chauvinism very freely. Um, and shunning traditional methodologies of family, um, generally. But at the same time, dealing with all different types of people, um, listening to all different types of people, and in many ways, to certain extents, supporting all different types of people, which is a beautiful thing. So I'm trying to find a further way of explaining the harms that are caused in the liberal methodology of relationships, particularly the liberal methodology of marriage. The favorable why the traditional methodology of marriage and relationship is favorable. One way to describe it, recognizing that it's also 2 a.m. I've been at this for over 2 hours as well. But one of the ways of describing it is that it's dos a.m., dos hours. One of the ways of describing it is predatoriness, mutual predatoriness. When we are able to recognize sexual gratification with others that is not committed in a life sentence to the well being of the other partner, um, then it's not genuine, plain and simple. Because it's a mind meld, it's for life, whether people are together or otherwise. And if people engage and begin to initiate that mind meld without a commitment and without the intention and without the actuality of supporting each other for the rest of life, that's harmful. It's an intrinsic promise. That mind meld is an intrinsic promise. And when that promise is not fulfilled, that's harmful. That's disappointment. It's disillusionment. It's insecurity. It's overcompensation through other types of harm. Again, many different types. Because there's a lack of support. There's a lack of honesty in the relationship, in the cipher that is established. So that's one way of describing the harm that is caused through that liberal methodology of marriage and relationship. And it becomes just, what's the reason for doing it? It's for self-gratification. It's and not just necessarily sexual gratification, but just looking at each other as trophies, and looking at each other as part of another type of hierarchy within society of who's been with who, and it may not be the crass kind of measurements that are done in the conservative way or the corporate way of looking at bank accounts or land holdings or other or academic credentials or whatever else, but it's a similar thing of trophyism, men towards women and women towards men, and it's predatory. It's looking at an individual just for those purposes of how to utilize the individual for one's own devices, and that's harmful. And it seems to be one or the other, either liberal, messing with a lot of different other people from a lot of different other communities, but at the same time engaging in interaction in relationships that are harmful, or and by harmful, not genuinely and enduringly supportive of each other. Or it's the conservative methodology where there are genuinely committed, loyal relationships and valuation that is not predatory. However, at the same time, not messing with anybody outside of that immediate fold. So for people like myself, kinfolk like myself, particularly mixed color kinfolk, who necessarily have to interact with people from all different walks, all different types, ethnicities, religions, and otherwise, there is support from liberal kinfolk for that, but not very much from conservative kinfolk for that, at least for those purposes particularly. But then, when looking for a stable relationship, and a traditional relationship, a man is a man, a woman is a woman. A woman has sacred, beautiful responsibilities and gifts to contribute to the partnership. A man has sacred and beautiful responsibilities and gifts to bring into the relationship. That is not supported in the liberal mindset. There's antagonism and criticism towards that, and thus the support that's provided for the sake of international, interethnic, interreligious cooperation is undermined, is refused, is withheld for those who have the interest of and the intentionality of traditional relationship, traditional marriage, and traditional family. And so that's like the nexus that kinfolk like myself exist in. And that's part of the challenge of building marriage and family within this context, because there are many people who support one element of the endeavor, but there are comparatively fewer, at least historically, that support the whole enchilada. So there's that. And that's a long way of explaining that part of the experience, but Um, I'm also recognizing fatigue factor in additionally, so that's playing a factor in this delivery. But I will speak somewhat on my two wives of recent years. To understand the nature of my marriage with my two wives of recent years, it requires a certain spiritual awareness, because that's the nature of who I am at this moment, and who I am in particularly within recent years, and who I am when I initiate my marriages, when I and my wives initiate our marriage. It requires a spiritual awareness to properly recognize this, to recognize the actuality and the evidence of what of these marriages. So, that being said, with one of my wives, we meet each other via the internet. And I see some of her posts on social media, and I respond. I saw recently on one of the social media joins, there's one of those quick videos about the difference between how men in Arab cultures or Muslim cultures marry, and how men from other cultures marry, meaning that um, in like the modern society culture, a man asks a woman out for a date, and they may date for like a year, 2 years, and then may go steady. I initiate a formal relationship for another few years, and then go through all these plans and preparations and getting to know each other for like years and years before actually getting married, or even making a decision, or like having some type of resolution or confirmation about getting married, being comfortable with making that decision. That's one type of scenario. Another scenario is where, like I said, this is described in the context of being Arab or being Muslim, but it's basically like that decision being made in 5 minutes. A man making that decision in 5 minutes, and then just communicating it accordingly, and then proceeding through the formal arrangements of conversation with her family, her far, and additionally, and then continuing on. But the point is that in one scenario, years and years and years of the interaction between the man and the woman. In another one, the decision is made very quickly. And that's not just applicable to Arab or Muslim culture, but within many traditional cultures, within Judaism, within India, and within other cultures as well. The old school traditional way, where there's a very significant pressure for people, and expectation, obligation for young people to get married. So parents are talking about it. Parents are being proactive and making arrangements. A lot of marriages are still arranged. Um, and decisions are made when people are comparatively young, and decisions can be made in a comparatively expedient way, whereby in the modern postmodern culture that's very comparatively liberal, um, it's just a matter of like the conversation. And particularly when a man and woman are having sex anyways, there's less motivation for actually getting married because um, there's already that element to it, being formally married according to the precepts of postmodern, which are different from the three that I described. So, anyways, my point for saying all that is that some people take years and years and years to come to that kind of decision. Some people minutes. So, in that being said, in this context of my wife, in this circumstance, we meet on the internet, and when I first see some of her posts, um, I see a strong affinity, a strong shared purpose, and um, shared path in this life, and that's there's that. And so I reach out, and I imagine I see how many people are following her social media accounts, and it's comparatively modest number of people, maybe a few hundred thereabouts. But it seems again I'm a somewhat older school in terms of like having an immediate intuitive familiarity with like these kind of signs or whatever. But just it didn't seem like it was some kind of like business thing or whatever else. Comparatively modest number, and so I imagine like what I might be if I was just coming out of university or graduate school, how many people I would have given what my experiences, and I can imagine a few hundred that might be a few, even 1,000 or so. I could easily see me having that many people if I were to be like coming of age in this at this time. So, anyways, that's what I observed. So there seems to be a genuineness in what she shares about herself. Shares a lot about her life, her personal life, her family, and additionally her school experience, and just a lot about herself. And so, and from that, I could see like there's a lot of investment in the communication in social media, just in general. So I initially respond, I reach out, and there's crickets in response. And so I recognize, okay, I imagine she's an attractive young woman. She's charismatic, and so I imagine she receives a number of um, messages from other dudes, and even particularly unfavorable, unsavory messages, maybe, just because that's the nature of the internet, particularly. So I think to myself, okay, I have to. It's appropriate for me to kind of step up and communicate what my intentions are, and by that point, I'm already on the mindset of marriage. I'm not in the mindset of dating or this and the other. So when I make that communication, that's where my mindset is. So I communicate that accordingly. Now that might seem rather soon and sudden, and particularly given the circumstances up to that point. But I'm just being upfront and direct and candid. So that's what I communicate, and flowering it with some poetry and some other things as well. But there's that. Now, my estimation at that point is when I make that communication. I mean, I'm putting the chips on the table further, and so the upping the ante. And the consideration is that at the very least, either one, it's differentiating very confidently. It's differentiating what I'm communicating from what other dudes might be communicating to her at that point. And so, with that, there's an estimation of one or two things. One is that either she has an interest and she responds accordingly, or she abstains from having an interest, and communicates accordingly. But at the very least, given how she presents herself as a kind and decent type of woman, and like considerate, if a man is communicating what I communicate, then it's at the very least it's a matter of just like, I appreciate it, but thanks, but no thanks. If that's the scenario, um, that isn't what is communicated. So I continue on with other presumptions. So, and also, um, in in upping the ante, that binary that I just communicated is somewhat, it's not exclusive. There are some other scenarios that are involved as well, but in terms um, of she presenting herself in a genuine way, that is the basic notion, is that I differentiate myself enough to warrant some type of direct response accordingly if there's an absence of interest, and if there is an interest, then proceeding to communicate circumstances accordingly along those lines. Um, so without there being uh, the communication of a lack of interest, then there's procession in towards that latter scenario of um, communication. So, that being said, when it gets to that stage, there's another duality, another binary that is acknowledged or that is observed when I up the ante in terms of my communication and my intentionality and further. There's an absence of response again, crickets. And at that point, there is an estimation of one: either she is frozen, she is um, frightened in a positive way, like scared about the prospect of seriousness, and additionally, and doesn't know how to respond accordingly, or it's a grift. There's some type of game being run, and there's an absence of, there's a lack of honesty or genuineness in terms of intentionality on in establishing the social media, and additionally. So um, given those two prospects, I proceed in investing within the propensity of genuineness and interest, because I know women have many different ways of communicating, and even the most gregarious and charming and confident and accomplished of women can become very fearful when meeting her match. And that can be, let my ego tell it or whatever else, but I have an awareness about the nature of life, the nature of beings, the nature of relationship. So I proceed accordingly. That's a few years ago. Challenges and beauty in this experience. A number of exchanges, a number of conversations, a number of further communications, a number of interactions in those few years, such that during this sequence, one of those requirements, at least one of those requirements, is completed for there to be established marriage between my wife and I. And it is based upon that completion that I articulate our marriage accordingly. And one of the reasons why I am resilient in continuing to proclaim our marriage is because I am also aware of further conditions of life, the vying and competition, and I am aware of vulnerabilities how the conference of the status of marriage provides for appropriate protections amidst these vulnerabilities. So I proceed accordingly, and that is what I communicate. It's a lot of coded word. There's concerns about there are concerns that are communicated, and because of that, that's why I become increasingly opaque within my articulation in this respect. But that's what I share at the moment, particularly recognizing the hour of my fatigue, and the effect this has on my skillfulness in utilizing words, and the appropriateness of me being prudent at this moment accordingly. So that's what I do. Now, concerning my second wife, or not my second wife, but my wife, essentially my 11th wife of recent years. She and I actually meet in person within recent years. I communicate my interest. We talk about marriage. I communicate my interest in marriage with her. She communicates interest within me. We communicate further. There's some challenges. There's some affirmation. And there, at this moment, there is concentration on securing appropriate accommodations for my wives and I to cohabit with each other. There are quasi arrangements at the moment, but that is insufficiently satisfactory for such cohabitation. There is communication of the intention of securing additional accommodations for residence of myself and my wives. So that is a significant factor in delaying my cohabitation with my wives at the moment. So in other words, the place where I live right now, there are tenuous conditions involved here. There's violence that's committed here. I've been dragged out by dudes with guns in past years, even recent years, 4 or 5 years ago. There have been additional threats directly towards me because I do kumbaya and work with people from different communities. There have been specific threats towards me because of that. And so there are security concerns. And again, just like with my girlfriend 20 years ago, I'm very mindful of what I avail loved ones around me to. Now, that being said, I'm in this life, and I'm commanded to marry and bring children into this life, and teach children, sons and daughters, these ways of harmony and peace and ethics. And so, regardless of what the conditions are, regardless of what the threats are, I'm commanded to do this, to be fruitful and multiply. So, it's necessary to find the appropriate balance within these conditions. So the violence is experienced here, just how was in the other room when there was the intrusion, the invasion. There are historically the threats, directly, explicitly towards me directly, and that's in recent years. Things have quelled recently. I left the country just a year ago because of these conditions. I am forcefully dragged back here and deported back here. So those are some of the conditions involved. Since being dragged back here, things are comparatively copacetic, but it's still dissatisfactory because there has yet to be an official truce. And additionally, appropriate proper acknowledgments and assurances accordingly. There are a lot of innuendos, a lot of hints, a lot of indirect assurances, even further within the past year. But still, for societies and institutions that are very reliant upon paper and official words, and additionally, there has yet to be that type of contractual effort and confirmation. Um, anyways, there are improvements. There's communication for, like I said, a domicile being provided where my wives are able to cohabit with me. But at the moment, there are standing threats of such being towards me and my wives cohabiting here. Those threats um, have been subsequently tempered with innuendos of cooperation. But given what's been done, the actions, and additionally, it's like we can't take just like hints or innuendos or suggestions. We have to have some proper assurances. So, anyways, that's a significant factor in terms of where and why things are with respect to my wives at this moment. Um, I think I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna leave it at that. There's some other things I can share that I may should share, but at the moment, like I said, given my fatigue, I have to be mindful of one, what I say, but also how I say it. Because if once I get like, as recently evident, once I get like into a sensitive topic, um, dancing around uh, what I'm saying gets a little bit further uh, laborious and elongated. So, that being said, I think we're going to wrap it up about what I talk about myself and go on to the fourth topic. Uh, well, yeah, okay, I'll do that. All right. So, the fourth topic, Jesus and the Buddha. Okay. So, the first thing about the Buddha is this. I mentioned the lifestyle that the prince has before he becomes the Buddha, before he leaves his house, before he begins his spiritual path, um, and eventually attains enlightenment and then goes on to attain nirvana. The life of the prince, indulgence, corruption. So that's one thing. The other thing, the specific thing I share here in this segment is actually about the adherents of the Buddha, the practitioners of Buddhism through the centuries after the Buddha graduates from this earth. And the particular topic, the particular concern, it's not it's lightweight concern, but the particular consideration pertains to boys and monasticism. So there is a very prevalent practice within Buddhism historically through the centuries whereby parents bring a son to a monastery to live, and basically send the son off to live as a monk, to study, to live in the monastery, to receive the food, in the material support, but to learn, to meditate, and to become a Buddhist monk. Young boys, 6, 7, 8, and older, being taken by parents to the monastery, and there's less concern about like boys being molested in addition, like as might be concerned concerning like the Catholic Church or something like that, with no shade on the Catholic Church, but um, that's actually not the concern here. That's not the consideration I share. The consideration I share here is even without that type of abuse and molestation, can that act of a parent or parents sending a child to a monastery to live and eventually become a monk, can that be considered as pedophilia? Seriously. Obviously, again, I'm not making light of the sexual abuse that boys experience and that girls experience as children, or at any age. I'm not making light of that. And so that's that's heinous, and it's a solemn topic. But that being said, it's appropriate to recognize that when a boy who is generally not of age, meaning that like not a legal person to make contracts and make life decisions, 6, 7 years old, when a boy is taken to a monastery and prepared to become a celibate monk for the rest of life, that's a decision concerning the boy's sexual behavior being made at 6 or 7 years old. And so is that actually like kosher to make that type of decision for a boy to say that the boy is going to be a monastic for the rest of life? Now, to be honest, my familiarity with these protocols is comparatively modest. I abstain from growing up in that culture where that's commonly done. And so I know less directly about, or I should say, well, yeah, I have an extremely modest awareness, a direct awareness of the protocols, the details that are involved, the implications. Does a boy have like the option of opting out after a year, or some period of go to some other place, whatever else? I am less aware of what those protocols or conditions may be, or whether that's actually an option. But as I understand it at this moment, the prospect of a boy being taken by his parents to a monastery, somewhat effectively like an orphanage, but it's a monastery. So even again, with a boy being supported, it's no concern about like any like direct physical abuse, or even like indirect abuse, in terms of like he's the boy is being provided for, has comfortable food, even although that's somewhat atypical in many monasteries. Like the monks aren't supposed to eat like very nice food, generally speaking. But even in the scenario where the boy is supported, has comfortable accommodations, has comfortable food and everything else like that, gets nice education, not just about Buddhism, but mathematics and science and humanities and across the board. Like all these things are provided for the boy. Even in that scenario, the fact that the boy has to pay for this by making the decision never to have sex in life, can that be considered as a form of sexual abuse to a 6 or 7 year old? Um, and thus, if it's sexual abuse towards a 6 or 7 year old boy, is that not pedophilia? And again, it's not some kind of like intellectual kind of like cleverness about like equating monasticism with like rape and sodomy and the nasty things that are done to boys and girls, but genuinely, like, is that a type of abuse? Because um, fixating a boy's path without his due volition, like without his due sanction, that's abuse. And when it involves sexual, when it has sexual implications in terms of the celibacy, and additionally negating his propensity for procreating and bringing life into this earth, and additionally marrying a woman, and additionally that decision being made whether he likes it or not at 6 or 7 years old, um, I think it's beneficial to recognize it along those lines. It may not be like as heinous as the things that are directly done to children, are not even nearly as heinous, but at the same time, one, there's no comparing like suffering. It's just like you don't get into that game. And two, like it legitimate is serious. And it's appropriate to recognize that. I think the thing is that who calls that out? Who's going to have like the temerity to call out a Buddhist monastery who's doing things legitimately? Because anybody who's going to call that out, things are going to be questioned and scrutinized about that person's life too. And most people ain't got that type of foundation to be making those accusations, particularly just categorically. So Like, who's going to stand up to that? Through the centuries, I'm unaware of people even talking about that as a thing of like concern or whatever. They might say, oh, that's so young or whatever, but not like seriously like challenge that. Like, yo, wait a minute, what? So, and this is, I have to be very mindful because I'm coming from an English speaking society, and there's very much just rife imperialism and biases and all this other type of stuff of um, culturally imposing upon others that do things in a different way. So I have to be mindful, even when I don't intend to have that type of effect or influence, that I still have to pause scrutiny towards kinfolk who do things in a different way because of that. So, but that being said, it's appropriate to recognize and it's appropriate to consider. Uh, One can liken it to like if parents send a boy uh, to like a sports camp, and the propensity is that the boy will have to work for the club that sponsors the camp or whatever for like the next 20 years or something like that. But that's a little bit of a terse kind of a comparison, but um, it's just the notion of directing a boy to make it into a lifestyle and a decision um, that significantly uh, inhibits the boy from actualizing the boy self in many traditional ways. The other thing also is this: even with the understanding of the boy having the option, maybe if graduating from a Buddhist school that's affiliated with a monastery, and then being able to do whatever the boy wants to live a householder life or whatever else, even in that scenario, there's this consideration. Once a man is provided with heavenly knowledge, there are a lot of it's a huge price to pay, and the significant price is behavior in on this earthly realm. Like once a man receives, or once a boy even receives knowledge about heaven, how that works, the discipline, whether it's prayers, meditation, yoga, studies, ethics, or otherwise. Once a boy and a man receive knowledge about heaven, that boy or man experiences further restrictions about what the boy or man can do on this earthly realm, because knowledge of heaven comes with a weight. Knowledge of heaven comes with a price. When a person receives that knowledge of heaven, the person has to let go of claims on this earth. And I'm dealing with the fatigue factor going on 3 hours, but I'm also dealing with this bright old light right in my face too. So that's affecting my eyes and the fatigue herein. So, but that being said, when a boy and a man receive heavenly knowledge, there is increasing restrictions of what the boy or man can do on this earth. Um, One of the ways of describing this is about the fruits, eating from the fruit of the tree of knowledge. That it's actually okay to eat from the tree of knowledge, but the prohibition is securing gain, benefit, what other people call quote unquote profit, from the tree of knowledge. In other words, like getting some knowledge about how heaven works and then returning to this earth and saying, yo, if you give me some money, I'll tell you how the mechanics of heaven. That's no, a man is precluded from doing that. Not just concerning heaven, but increasingly towards anything. Um, Jesus talks about serving God or mammon. Um, Jesus talks about just as you've been provided without giving, you have to give without receiving. That's the nature of the knowledge of heaven. That's the weight of the knowledge of heaven. Um, and so the notion about the fruit of the tree of life is, again, as I just mentioned, when we receive that knowledge, We can't sell it. We can't gain from that knowledge. We have to give it when somebody is prepared to receive it. We have to give it. That's what the Quran teaches. That's what the Bhagavad Gita teaches. And further, a person with that knowledge has to let go of the trappings and the rewards in this earthly realm, because that's part of the weight. And because of that, when a person receives, a man or a woman or a boy or a girl receives that heavenly knowledge, that person is precluded, is unable to do a lot of occupations in this life, because a lot of the occupations in this life require wheeling and dealing. And like that's part of the negotiation, high or low. And additionally, in terms of setting a price and finding like the balance between two would be trade people. So a person who's given knowledge of heaven can't do that, can't engage in that type of haggling of low first price and raise the price up and everything else like that. A knower of heaven is not allowed is not allowed to do that. If the person does try to do that, then the knowledge the person has evaporates. The efficacy of that knowledge evaporates to much a greater extent than whatever value was received through whatever work that person was brokering at that moment. So um, that's one thing of consideration. And again, I mentioned some examples. The Quran teaches about when with sharing the message without demanding some type of reward or compensation in sharing the message. It's just the believer has an obligation in sharing it with those who are receptive to it, and not to demand anything in return. Because if when one demands something in return, that lessens the value in the esteem within whatever knowledge is shared. And so that's one of the reasons why people are prohibited from securing um, a remuneration for sharing the heavenly knowledge. Um, the Buddha's bowl is an example of that. When the sadhu leaves the household life, and starts to travel around, just carries a beggar's bowl and has to live off of whatever people are willing to donate to that person. And so that's an extreme example of the principle of how to walk on this earth. But again, Jesus talks about this as well when talking to his apostles about to go without two tunics and without a sandal bag to hold like monies and stuff like that. Don't worry about that. Go into the life, share the knowledge, and be prepared to live upon whatever contributions are received accordingly. So that's part of the honesty in sharing the knowledge, because whoever is moved, inspired to contribute to the cause, that's what the teachers live off of, is that inspiration, that free will. It's not necessarily only exclusively free will offering, but those contributions that are provided um, by those who appreciate the walk. So those are some initial considerations. Um, ah, that's the Buddha. Oh, and I was talking about a boy receiving the knowledge. So when a boy receives that knowledge at a young age, again, that limits what he's able to do, how he's able to prepare himself in terms of occupation or living as a householder, because he has the knowledge. He can't go out and wheel and deal and haggle. That's in the way that's necessary for many of the occupations to support himself in this life. The only way he can enduringly support himself upon after receiving that knowledge is by living by the precepts of the beggar's bowl, the sadhu, and similar protocols. I mean, this is comparable to the Kohanim within Israel, who don't receive land, hereditary land, and have to live in the designated locations, and um, live from the contributions, the offerings that the children of Israel provide to Elohim, and wherein the Kohanim officiate in facilitating those offerings, the sacrifices, and further. So that's another example. Um, and again, when a decision is made for a boy at a young age, that pigeonholes him, that narrows his prospects to certain things. He gains benefit from that arrangement, from study, from support, the materiality, and additionally. So I abstain from categorically lambasting or soliciting anything specifically. It's just a matter of being mindful of are those concerns applicable to these conditions? The concerns regarding um, uh, abuse, pedophilia, undue. One might even. Yeah. So again, because of the hour, it's appropriate for me to abstain from even like entertaining that consideration. So I'm gonna pause on that. So, but it's beneficial to recognize whether it actually or to what extent it actually is abuse when those decisions are made for a boy, and affects the boy's life and prospects, even in having relationships and further. So um, there's benefit in recognizing that. So that's one concern regarding the Buddha. Now I said this is Buddha and Jesus. So now I share a consideration regarding Jesus. And the consideration is, uh, how long does Jesus live on earth after the resurrection, after returning from resurrection? How long does Jesus actually live on earth before returning to heaven? There are a number of different accounts that share different durations, in my estimation, my modest awareness and estimation. But how long does Jesus stay on earth? Um, in a known way, and how much might it be that he continues on in life in another location, very indescript, and additionally, uh, unbeknownst to the Gospels, the writers of the Gospels, and further. And there's appropriateness within that as well, but there's a further point towards sharing that, because when we look at his early life, again, there's a lot that's unknown or that's unstated within the Gospels concerning Jesus's life that precedes his actual ministry. There's description about his birth. There's some general reference to his childhood as a boy, when he goes to Yerushalayim as a 12-year-old, I think it is. And he's separated from his parents, and eventually his parents return and find him, and he describes God as being his parent, his far. So um, there are some things that are told about Jesus' life before his ministry. Um, and there's some things that are described after his resurrection. But uh, ultimately, in the Gospels, there is a very modest amount that's written, and um, there is indication that there is much to be articulated concerning the life of Jesus. Does he have a child before he begins his ministry? After he experiences resurrection, um, what is Jesus's life between the point of that specific um, anecdote, that specific narrative, when he's 12 years old visiting Yerushalayim with his parents, and then when he begins his actual ministry nearly 20 years later, about 18 years later. Um, what's his life like? What does he get involved in? And particularly, and this is the important thing, as blasphemous as it may sound and further, but again, there's genuineness within this articulation. Was Jesus abused? Was Jesus molested? Was Jesus the victim of pedophilia? Um, that again might sound just sensational. Some people might call it blasphemous, even to suggest such a possibility and further. But for the true knowledge seekers, for the true truth seekers, we have to we have to ask and answer that question. Uh, does something happen to Jesus? Does something happen with Jesus? When we talk about the Buddha and the proclamations that are made concerning the Buddha when he is born, to warn his father, making preparations to keep his son essentially corrupted and malleable to the king's um, whims, or I don't want to say whims, but his direction. Um, might any of those things happen to Jesus? Did something happen to Jesus? Did something happen with Jesus? Again, many Christian brethren may say blasphemous, and make other accusations at the questioner. However, that being said, when we look at how pedophilia is done today, as what we understand about it, how subtle it is, the innuendos, the code speak and further, the unspoken speech and further, uh, the methodologies of manipulation and further, the effect of these manipulations, how it affects the psyche and further, and how it precipitates an ongoing cycle of abuse, of usury, and further, um, particularly for those who are increasingly pious, genteel, and vulnerable towards the hardened tactics of manipulation within society. So that's the consideration. Um, what does something happen to Jesus? Does something happen with Jesus? I'm repeating myself now, but knowing what we know about pedophilia, about the signs therein, and additionally, there are certain similar signs that we can observe from the Gospels and from what Jesus communicates about evidence of such abuse. I'm falling asleep now. Obviously, I'm dozing off. I'm doing some sleep talking now. I've been drifting in and out. So again, mindful. It's typical because I regularly work past exhaustion. So it's difficult for me not to do this at this moment because it's just been so much of a already thing. Talk about abuse. Anyways, does Jesus experience abuse? Does something happen to Jesus? Does something happen with Jesus? In terms of corrupting him, in terms of attempting to manipulate him as a youth, as a young man, and further, as a norm within society. The extension of the Roman Empire that is built from the methodologies of the preceding Greek civilization. So Jesus is immersed in the experience of the Republic and those conditions. So does something happen to Jesus? Does something happen with Jesus? Do people make an effort to corrupt him? Do people make an effort to continue corrupting him? All right, I'm starting to ramble on that notion. And again, my point is not to be salacious or to avail myself to the accusations of being blasphemous. But there's a further purpose for me to articulate concerning this joint. Signs. When Jesus is 12, they go to Rushalayim. He is lost, and his parents don't even recognize where he is or that he's gone until sometime later. And then his parents recognize, oh, by the way, where is Jesus? And they go back to the city to find him. Now, it's different than what it is today, but still, parents travel a certain way on a road trip and are unaware of where the son is. Something's happening with that. there's concerns about that, and that's not I'm not casting dispersion on Mary Bat Joachim or Yosef the Far of Jesus, but that's a genuine um, consideration. Does something happen to Jesus? Does something happen with Jesus? Um, for example, he hangs out with adulterers, prostitutes. Very often, those who do that are ones who experience some type of similar abuse. First of all, prostitutes, and additionally, tend to be individuals and oftentimes women who are previously sexually abused as youth, as children, and who abstain from being properly supported, so that enveloped in this occupation of sexual predatoriness, um, self-usury. So there are reasons, and that's not a dispersion on people who are prostitutes. And additionally, it's just a matter of recognizing uh, very often what are causal factors towards that type of uh, experience in life, a type of lifestyle or behavior. Um, Very much often from abuse, sexual abuse precedingly. And if that's the case for the practitioners of that behavior, then what may be recognized or said concerning those who readily, thoroughly socialize with such individuals? Obviously, somebody can be very devotedly religious and abstain from participating in other things with other individuals while still being very much genuinely um, reserved and orthodox and practicing in that respect. Signs. So the fact that Jesus socializes with the outcasts, the sexual outcasts of society, indicates his intrinsic empathy with that experience. One can even say sympathy with that experience. That may be considered as some form of evidence concerning what Jesus experiences in this life on this earth. Additional evidence. We can look at the conversation, one of the first conversations in one of the Gospels, I think it's St. John, wherein Jesus is attending a marriage feast, and his Moor directs him to turn the water into wine for the sake of the festivities of the wedding. Initially, Jesus refuses, citing a protocol of abstaining from such involvement within society. Wine into water. And Jesus says something specific to his Moor, which is actually rather provocative. And I think that many people abstain from calling this out because the speaker is Jesus. But basically, his mother, they're at the wedding together, and In modern society, one might say, who attends a wedding, particularly for a stranger, maybe a family member, attend a wedding with a mother? That's one thing. That's atypical. But then further, the interaction, the mother tells him what to do. Um, and a grown man, 30 years old, tells him what to do. So that's one thing signifying the nature of a relationship. And then his response, in according to some English translations, is, "Woman, why are you bothering me? It's not my time yet." He speaks to her in a very um, demotive way, meaning like it's not very deferential, calling her woman. And again, that's the English translation, so I have to be mindful of that. But the point is like what the nature of the relationship between himself and his more. Um, might that be there? There seems to be, amidst the familiarity and the immediacy, there seems to be a certain distance, even some type of alienation. And might that be the result of some type of abuse that Jesus experiences earlier in his life? Amidst all the prognostications that are made from the wise men and further, that Saint Mary all keeps in mind. Um, but that's a further thing. Again, well, all right. So there's the socializing, the deep socializing with uh, a social element that is rather predatory, sexual, and also often abused oneself. So socializing with that tends to be an indication of birds of a feather flocking together, in terms of, at least not necessarily birds of a feather in terms of that type of immediate behavior, but birds of a feather in the sense of being similarly abused, molested as youth. So that's one indirect uh, evidence, testimony to this respect. Another is the relationship with his more, um, that wherein there's a lack of deference, a certain kind of equaling, that in a culture where deference is paramount and generally, and there has to be something rather substantial to offset or subside that protocol, that culture of deference. Something has to happen in order not to have that, but at the same time to still affiliate. And that something might be something that's very uh, covert or whatever else, so that it's difficult to directly address abuse. So those are kind of like, people give categories to evidence about what's likely, what's less likely, and otherwise. But those are some things of varying um, directness, of varying um, obviousness, and further. I throw something else into the mix. When posing that question and answering that question, does something happen to Jesus? Does something happen with Jesus? Um, Another way of responding to that question after study and further is to look at how other people treat Jesus during his ministry and further. And again, when we do that, when we look at it genuinely, we can see how much Jesus is abused by his own disciples, by his own following, who demand so much from him and expect so much from him and offer extremely little in return, at least materially, supportively. We can consider what Jesus' instructions are. And how those instructions are immediately, repeatedly, and significantly ignored and broken by his own disciples and apostles. That may be considered as a type of abuse for Jesus to continue to avail himself to that disrespect and disobedience after performing so many generosities to his disciples and his apostles. Basically, in other words, when we look at the Gospels, we look at the narratives within the Gospels, we see what Jesus does and say directly. Jesus heals people. Jesus provides food. Jesus provides advocacy for the downtrodden, for those who are put upon within society. And when people receive these gifts, some people are very appreciative and responsive. Many people become immediately and significantly indifferent. I'll try to articulate it a different way. And I should be preparing to go to sleep at this point because it's way late. And I've been on this for the long joint. Jesus heals people. Jesus provides people food. Jesus provides people guidance. And in response, people say, give me more, give me more. Why is that? His apostles ask him questions. Why is this? Why is that? Why is this? Why is that? Without actually doing what Jesus tells his disciples to do. When Jesus performs miracles, walks on water, calms the winds, he amazes people. And instead of listening to what Jesus says and doing what Jesus does, people just want further amazement. People want additional food. People want for additional healing. People want to know how to do the miracles themselves so that they can do it. But people don't listen to what Jesus actually tells people to do. And the aggregate of that can be considered abusive because people continue to make demands upon Jesus. And Jesus continually looks for a quiet place to pray, to rest, to lay his head. And people follow him. Give me food. Give me healing. Give me some knowledge. Give me a miracle. Give me this. Give me that. Gimme, 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 gimme. That's what his followers continually say, as it's written within the Gospels. Give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that. And then prophecy, tell us the future so we can make predictions and proceed accordingly. When a miracle is performed, tell us how you did it. Da, 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 da. Tell us again when these buildings are going to come down. When's all this going to happen? How do you know? I mean, it's natural. It's natural to have that kind of acquisition. It's natural to have that type of greediness, to attach oneself to the strength of a man who has confidence and honesty and is providing and willing to share. It's natural. But it's harmful too. It's asking too much. It's soliciting too much. It's demanding too much. There are three things that Jesus articulates basically to his apostles and his disciples and his followers. One is that the sovereignty of God is within you. The sovereignty of God is within us, each of us, all of us. The second is to give thanks to God, to recognize the generosities that we experience, and the source of those generosities is God, and to articulate appreciation, those thanks to God for those generosities. That's the second thing that Jesus teaches. And the third thing that Jesus teaches is, help me carry this weight. Help me in this path. Not just a matter of giving an offering and calling it a day and that's it. Help me carry this weight in this life. It's a huge amount. Help me to carry this. Not do what I want you to do and come back next year. Help me carry this weight. Those are the three things that Jesus tells his disciples and his apostles. And instead, apostles take a comparatively easier route in championing somebody else and putting the weight of and the responsibility of upliftment onto somebody else's shoulders, and then just like pitching one's tent next to that champion, onto that champion. That's what his disciples do. That's what his followers do. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Give me healing. Give me sight. Give me food. Give me inspiration. That's what his apostles and followers say. Give me prophecy. Give me knowledge about the future. That's abusive. For Jesus to accept that indicates an established history of receiving those type of demands, that type of inconsideration, lack of consideration. And then upon that lack of consideration, that lack of support, further demands and expectations and obligations and solicitations. That's abusive. And Jesus bears it, accepts it, embraces it, responds to it. Maybe perhaps because Jesus is used to it. Jesus experiences it before. Jesus learns what to do with it. Additional evidence about Jesus being abused in his life before his mission. He describes the person who's put in jail, the person who's in debt, the person who's sick as himself. Some may say it's just like the spiritual universalism, that spiritual universal empathy, that he abstains from actually being that dude, but that he knows that because he just has superpowers in terms of understanding other people, and he applies that in a very empathic way towards those who are recognized as the most downtrodden of the downtrodden. That's one way of explaining it and interpreting it. Another way is that Jesus actually is that dude, in his adult life, even maybe in his youth and further, but particularly in his adult life. Jesus is that dude in jail, sick, hungry, and further. And Jesus is that dude after or as a consequence of experiencing abuse. When one experiences abuse, when one experiences the corruption, that knowledge, that awakening, um, there is a considerable amount of power in that knowledge. And that power can be utilized in a number of different ways. I mentioned before, when somebody receives the knowledge of heaven, whether it's a monastic practitioner within the tradition of the Buddha, whether it's the sadhu, whether it's the kohanim, whether it's Jesus, when somebody receives that knowledge, there is significant influence, there's significant benefit, there is significant power that exists within that knowledge. And there are significant obligations. One of those obligations is that the person is increasingly restricted in how the person can utilize that knowledge, how that person can demand and even just actually receive benefit from that knowledge, for giving or sharing that knowledge. What one learns in this knowledge is that in this life, it's not about what's done to us. This life is about what we do. And what is done to us provides us with certain substance and invitation of making a decision of what we do in response. But the earthly standard might judge us by what is done to us, devalue or value us accordingly. But heaven measures us by what we do. And that knowledge concentration is difficult. Battery's going down on this joint too. Abuse. There is tremendous knowledge that is conferred through abuse. child can be abused, a child can be corrupted, unduly influenced and guided and directed. It's up to the child to do right. The greater the abuse a child receives, the greater the treasures are presented to the child when the child decides to continue to do right. And these treasures aren't necessarily earthly treasures. It's a further investment. But there is a richness in abuse that provides credibility to the individuals in relating with others who are also going through that abuse. It's an authenticity, it's a genuineness that cannot be bought, that cannot be directly necessarily inherited. I mentioned before, why does Jesus socialize with the salacious? With that knowledge that Jesus has, Jesus can easily just go to the Pharisees and Sadducees, live a comfortable life, be a consultant, an advisor, like a Lao Tzu, like a Meng Ke, like a Confucius, and further. Why does Jesus specifically, particularly, immerse himself within the culture and peoples of that ilk? Unless it's because Jesus himself experiences the same abuse, has some of the same shameful stories, and further. I am facing the prospect of sunrise at this point. It's a few hours away, but still. There's just a few things I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to stay awake and trying to relate it to this line of this thread of discussion through this entire thing. All way late. One of the things that I'm reminded of concerning this question about does something happen to Jesus? Does something happen with Jesus? Um, I'm reminded of how long ago this is, 2,000 years, and how um, that question, again, for some people, may seem blasphemous, um, but it also seems obvious. And for it to be so seemingly obvious and yet so seemingly not discussed provides concern and further consideration of why that may be. I say again, just how much Jesus provides for people, how much people demand from him, and how he continues to provide. How how often Jesus asks for help from his apostles, from his followers, from God in just dealing with people, dealing with the abuse, the expectations, the obligations that are put upon him, the demands. The additional considerations, but I may have to leave that at the moment as it is, rather than continuing to wrestle with it and just fatiguing myself in that process. It's just, again, just looking at Jesus as a person, as a man, as a boy, from the age of 12 to the age of 30. That's significantly impressionable era, huge gap, 18 years. Teenage years, the years of young manhood, um, the interaction with women, and further, just the innate tendencies that any boy has during that stage of life. One can look at the profiles of the victims of abuse in modern society, the character traits, the behavior traits, and additionally. And one might compare that with what Jesus shares within the Gospels to discern how proximate are such considerations with the conditions. Well, I think I'll leave it at that for the moment. And if there's something that occurs later, then by the grace of God, we continue accordingly. Um, that being said, I'll get to the fifth joint, which is where we at this moment. Um, I'll read. I watched or listened recently to a conversation I shared with some additional brethren about work with the schoolhouse, describing myself as a school teacher and further. And the moment. I mentioned recently also that the schoolhouse is closed at this point. It's canceled. Um, However, we continue on with the work as it exists at this moment. That means continuing with the education. It's absent. It's different, somewhat distinct from the schoolhouse methodology, but it's still very much the same thing. What we do at this moment is emphasize world livity, and particularly world livity and roots. World meaning the entire earth, livity meaning a positive vibe, a peaceful love, one love type of vibe with the entire earth. Again, coming from the Rastafarian livity. And then roots, giving some rootedness to that multiculturalism. And that's one thing that's extremely needed, is having that kind of that foundation, that connection, that relationship, that fortitude and resilience amidst the competitions and antagonisms within earthly society. We need rootedness to weather those conditions. So that's what we share. The livity is a discipline, is a deen, it's a vibe, it's a way of life, but then also the roots, knowledge of self, knowledge of one's ancestors, putting things into context, knowledge of the world civilization historically, to be able to interact proficiently with kinfolk from the different corners of the world. So that's what we share. So the education continues, the walk continues, the mission continues, and what we recognize, though, particularly within recent experiences this past year and in recent months, is that wherever we endeavor to set up shop, even within the most ethical and like by the book kind of methodology, there's an intrinsic territoriality wherever we set up shop in that respect, in order to, with the intention of staying there. Even where we do it, that's what it is. Because when we do it in an ethical way. And doing it in an ethical way means appropriate interaction and relationship with people who provide the different elements for us to continue to reside in such a quote unquote permanent or perennial habitation. And so we're cultivating a community, we're cultivating a culture at that moment, and it's fixed in the geographic location where we are building this, where we're cultivating these relationships and these intentionalities accordingly. So, for that to exist within a specific territoriality or in a specific location, that may seem like territory, because there's some, all the land on this earth is claimed, and all the land on this earth is claimed by some type of entity that professes some type of law, some type of methodology of order, and so in establishing our joint in any particular place, that is very different, who has a law that practices a law, that imposes a law that's very different, a methodology of order that's different than what these world ethics are, then even with it being recognized as benevolent and harmonious and just the way of the earth, it's still perceived as some type of threat towards towards that established legal or law and methodology of order. So recognizing that wherever we set up shop or wherever we endeavor to set up shop, there's some perception of and concern or fear of territoriality that leads us towards a nomadic lifestyle, like Abraham Avinu, like Moshe Rabbeinu, like the Buddha, like Lao Tzu and Confucius and Ke, like Jesus, like additional teachers and prophets and sages and ancestors of the earth. So that's what we are preparing at this moment, looking for hosts to host us for. We look at like periods of 3 to 4 months, just so that there's some stability and continuity. We can cultivate programs, workshops, classes, courses, lectures, musical workshops and performances, and additionally with our hosts and with the surrounding community of our hosts, and with that completed after a few months, going on to the next joint, being based here, our group particularly within the Cuyahoga area, but at the same time moving around so that we abstain from there's less of that, again, that territoriality. So it's different than what is intention intended earlier or previously in recent years, and additionally, but um, again, there is a very strong historic precedent for this methodology. It's very understandable. It's actually logical. It involves planning, and for kinfolk like myself, there's a perception of certain uncertainty in terms of like living the nomadic life, obviously. And that can be a challenge. That can be a stress. But at the same time, on the road again, there's a lifting of spirit in that methodology as well, and just the energy of meeting new people and sharing what we have to share. Again, song stories, rituals, and ethics of the earth. Um, Emphasis with our rivers, calendars, and languages, um, and rooted within Tobari Goka Dao and the traditional scriptures of the earth, and having a breadth of materials available. We have a guidebook at this point that kind of sums it all up comparatively concisely, and that's our foundation for reaching out and consulting, working with others. We look at the prospect of sharing knowledge and guidance with monarchies, and um, um, contributing to restoring this methodology of governance on this earth, particularly because of the emphasis of traditional family. And again, that applies to monarchies, which we can find Europe, Asia, Middle East particularly, but also different renderings or similar methodologies of governance, like tribes within Africa, like the clan system within native culture and tradition. And so that is, and how preparing these collectives, these constituencies, for post-modern pluralism and governance of learning about the world and how to work with the world um, as responsible monarchies, um, whilst also duly retaining um, the monarchy's homogenous culture, identity, obligations, ancestry, and the involvements therein. So the birds are waking up now. So, anyways, that's some of the things we work on at this point. There are additional joints. Um, that's much of it, and it's got to be after nearly 4 hours doing this joint. Um, I'd, so, what might be the conclusion of where this all goes? Uh, I did not have the intentionality of being on here for 4 hours. So uh, it is a challenging thing to delve through. It may seem very haphazard in terms of like the topic of what I cover in this joint. So it might be difficult for some to see the continuity, the relevance, the necessity. Um, but it's here. That's the robin. Um, I mentioned before the notion of the significance being what we do in this life and not what's done to us. One of the reasons why I emphasize that, and one of the things I had difficulty articulating just moments ago, an hour ago, whatever, concerning that is this. What is done to us is a test to discern how we respond. We can be discouraged into vengeance or whatever else, but that path is a downward spiral. And in that path, we become increasingly wrong, culpable, responsible. We're always responsible, but guilty. And there's the tendency of becoming enveloped in that guiltiness and trying to avoid it, trying to deny it, trying to double talk it and explain it and rationalize it, but that we're responsible for that. So I say that because when we experience these abuses as children, as adults, we can utilize that as an excuse for abusing others. But in that path, we lead ourselves into further pain. At some point, it's beneficial for us to recognize that the path towards happiness, the path towards healthiness, exists through letting go of the vengeance, letting go of the anger and the hostility, the frustration, the fear, all them things. Easier said than done. But the provocations, we don't have to answer for that. When I graduate from law school and I refuse signing up, I experienced further abuse that I was anticipating, which precipitates me separated with my girlfriend precedingly. I am locked up in a psych ward, called crazy. These 4 hours might not necessarily be the best testimony against those accusations. Maybe further advocacy against those accusations, whatever. But all that being said, whatever. But that's not it. Torture, molestation, violence, rape. Amidst all the iterations of the lockup experiences. Extremely humiliating, embarrassing, dehumanizing, and frustrating. But what is learned in that process and affirmed in that process is that these abuses, these atrocities, are a test. And the response can be vengeance and retaliation. And that only leads to further suffering all around. The test can lead towards stillness and observation, study, understanding, learning, and then proceeding with life with that knowledge. And applying the energy of that inclination towards vengeance, applying the energy of that, the very energy before it gets to be vengeance, but that energy that responds to those atrocities, like, All right. Yeah. Okay. We know what we got to do, and that is in a constructive, um, responsible way. I can see daybreak. So I seem to abstain from wanting to extend this to the point of actually experiencing that. So, um, the whole point of this joint is today is to articulate the difficulties that are experienced, the difficulties that precede me with my parents, and further that precipitate my being born in the world, the mission that exists herein, in my birth in this world, my relationships with this world that are gleaned, that are cultivated, that are learned and gained and maintained during the course of my life, and continuing the gratefulness and appreciation. And the relatability for those who also experience abuse from the earliest of ages that people have difficulty even recalling, but see again some dots being evident. To recognize that amidst all the embarrassment and shame and hiding, and the concern about implicating others and how that may affect additional kinfolk, that amidst all of this, there is a destination of resolution, a destination of healing, a destination of understanding, a destination of safety and protection, strength. That destination requires patience, honesty, and compassion and modesty, discipline, ethics, regularity, but that destination is constant and infinite, unchanging. It's always here. There are discouragements and deceptions and distractions that try to discourage us and distance us from the destination. The destination is always here. It's constant, it's unchanging. It's the same formula: honesty, compassion, modesty. Chastity, peace, sharing, sobriety. There are others who experience the abuse. There are others who experience the atrocities. There are others that emerge from these abuses and these atrocities into the destination, continuing on the destination. So that's the basic purpose of this joint, is to encourage that awareness and that intentionality and that walk along that path to the destiny. And what up? um, what is done to us is inconsequential concerning that destiny. Even what we do is inconsequential ultimately to the destiny. What we do in this life only shapes our path back to the destiny. But the path eventually returns to the destiny one way or the other. Karma is another way of calling it. Justice. I consider that within my relationships, regardless of what precipitates it, and additionally how young I am or whatever else, I've got karma. And I have the challenges that I experience in my current marriages, my current relationships, and additionally, it's appropriate for me to recognize as existing within the context of the karma of my previous marriages, my preceding marriages, and the lack of responsibility and support that I share at the very least. I mean, all the other things as well with my preceding wives. So that's the nature of things. Now, that doesn't mean that just because we did something poorly or did something that causes harm previously that we just have to accept abuse ourselves or lack of disrespect or disregard or other types of devaluations. It's not a matter of just tolerating or accepting abuse or potential abuse because of anything we've done in the past. It's a matter of understanding that whatever we are experiencing at this moment is simply influenced by what we've done in the past. And so we may ourselves change and have a better understanding and be further responsible. And additionally, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the relationships that we experience are going to be any easier or any further favorable. For example, like I remember some of my initial relationship with some of my initial wives, whereby there's just a significant amount of affection that's communicated. And so, based upon that, one might expect that to be experienced from other relations, or I might expect that to be the standard that I should experience today in terms of my relationships with my wives. But it's appropriate to recognize that's 20 years ago. I'm a different person during that period. And I receive that, and I respond to that type of affection and that support and enthusiasm and energy with inappropriate support, with insufficient support. And thus, it's, well, it's beneficial to receive affection and positive energy and then further, but to expect it in the same manner is implausible. And to abstain from equating the absence of that same level of affection or whatever else as some type of abuse or disrespect or whatever else, but just it is what it is at that point, and today is a different day. And so the conditions are different, and to recognize it accordingly. So, anyways, those are just some other thoughts, some other considerations. healthy, honest, both. And I'm just like floating at this point. Um, so yeah, we gonna wrap it up with that, with the light shining on my face. The digital electric fire. Blessed love and peace.